Good evening, everyone! Hope you're all doing well. Thanks for stopping by. What's going to be a probably pretty crazy stream. We had Christian and Max Howard somehow in here before I had even gone live. What kind of crazy magic are you guys using? Daniel, welcome. Brady. It's a new starting soon screen. Yeah! Just introduced a couple days ago. Check down in the description for the awesome person who was able to whip that up for me. And Ruin won't be able to join tonight, but I hope you have an excellent one. Thank you so much for your kind words. Fingers crossed we can pull off a win. And of course, the VOD's always up for anyone who wants to check it out later. But yeah, have a good one, Ruin. Appreciate your messages there. And the song's a bop, not gonna lie. Yeah, Super Mario Brothers CD is like, wow. You know, for a fan project, it's one of those ones that you just kind of keep thinking about. It's incredible what the fans can cook up these days. It's sometimes... Yeah, I mean, it makes sense why Nintendo goes after some things. You know, they're being shown up by the fans, but that's the story for another day. Let's see, let me just make sure we got everything good here. But yeah, so Slalom for the NES is Rareware's very first Nintendo game. And also, YS Bunny says a game that is on Rare Replay. Yes, but not on Nintendo Switch Online. I don't understand what they're doing with the Rare games on Switch Online. It's like, you know, they kind of trickle out. We got Battletoads and Battlemaniacs, I think, on the Super Nintendo recently. But, like, you know, what's taking them so long with some of the other games? Like Banjo-Tooie is another one. And this week you're going to beat every Rare game before NES. So that's it. They weren't called Rareware at this point. I think that started in the Super Nintendo days. They were like Rare Coin It. I mean, here they're just called Rare. Yeah, let's see, like Rare Coin It Inc. But if I just put, you know, the very first Rare game, you're just going to think, oh, you know, he means it costs like $2,000 or something. So that's why I just put Rareware. Everyone knows who they are. But yeah, we're going to get started with this one. Apparently there's 24 hills we got to ski down. And it looks kind of Rad Racer-esque. You got the time limit in the top right there. Got to go through the gates and stuff or else you get slowed down and just try to make it to the end in time. And yeah, it's apparently people say this one's pretty rough, so could be here for a while. Yeah, Rare started a little bit before, but I think this is like, you know, again, their first Nintendo game for sure. It was also the first NES game that was not made in Japan. So that's to think about, because it was a black box launch title. But alright, enough of that. Let's turn down the old Mario CD music here. And who's ready to go skiing? You know, just as the weather's getting nice out, it's been kind of good outside finally. Nope, we're going back to the ski hill. We can kind of make music out of the menu here. So I think it goes Snowy Hill, Steep Peak, and then Mount Nasty. Each one has 8 tracks that we have to complete in order. I don't have hardly any experience with this game, so we're going to be learning how exactly things work together past what I've read in the instruction manual. But yeah, each one has 8 hills you got to go down, and I think if you lose even once, you have to start the whole hill over again. So our goal is just going to be to beat the first one, and then move up, and then move up again. So at least you don't have to do the whole game in one go from the looks of it. Rare's creators made Ultimate Play the Game before they founded Rare. Oh, and that reminds me, and that's Finn Larson. Welcome. Hope you're having a great night. The music. Let's see what the music's like. Because it's apparently done by David Wise of Donkey Kong Country fame. Alright, so far it's not too bad. Definitely a skiing game. Oh my god. Yeah, David Wise could do no wrong on like any console. You can already tell this is going to be like a real bop. Okay, but so far so good. I've beat Rad Racer 1 and 2. Hey, it's weird trying to go straight here. Like, I'm assuming that it's the first hill though. It better not be too hard. So you got these kind of hills that you can go over. You can jump with A. So far it doesn't seem too bad though. Again, I'm assuming that's, you know, level 1, they're going to make you think the game's not too hard. And that's it! Okay. Yay! Last Core was added to Nintendo Switch Online at least, so we get both those games that were cancelled for Wii U Virtual Console, YS Bunny. Speaking of good NES music, Solstice title screen theme, RoboCop 3 title screen theme, Pictionary title screen theme. There's a lot of really good NES title screen themes. And with that said, I actually want to crank up my TV's volume a little bit. It seems like the title screen music was louder than the in-game music, because I gotta hear this. This is really good stuff. Okie dokie, let's just get back here. Finlarts and Rare's creators. Yeah, we read that one. Kind of sad. Alrighty. There was no such thing. What are you talking about? True Seed, something so weird just happened. It took... Huh. Speaking of good, yeah, pretty much Tim Follin, anything by him. I think Tim Follin also did the Sky Shark music, which I just played, or was it what was it, Silver Surfer? But yeah, basically, yes. But okay, here we go. Here we go. We're skiing again. I like skiing. My only experience skiing really though is going on like a school trip back in like elementary days. It's hard to find people to go skiing with, at least in my experience. Okay, so by not going through the gates, you get like a slowdown, but it doesn't like cause you to like fail the course or anything like that. You can just see how it kind of puts the brakes on. Otherwise, I gotta hold up to increase speed, so it's essentially just Rad Racer. It really is. I mean, yeah, at least it's not like too punishing. Like if you miss, too many gates, you lose the race or something like that. It's not Banjo-Kazooie Freeze Easy Peak style. I'm also assuming that hitting trees isn't the best idea. Yeah, we gotta stop missing them though. But I'm assuming we don't want to crash into the dude. But I wonder, like, how high can we jump? Like, can we jump over trees? Oh, okay. So touching things isn't like an absolute death sentence. I think this is like my first time playing an NES racing game on my channel. That's essentially what this is, right? It's like a racing game in disguise. I think it's part of the sports series though, but it's really more racing. Of course, the black box games all kind of had that, series distinction. What was Mario? Like the action series and, the light gun series with, or like the shooting series with Duck Hunt. And that continued into the next set of NES games that Nintendo released. With Rad Racer, Kid Icarus, and Metroid. Although, I mean, I guess, Zelda 1 came out in between that. It's weird. But yeah, they tried to kind of categorize things like that. All their games used to have that cool pixel box art style. And eventually they ditched that. But yeah, this was one of those. Oh no. So there's a thing where the more points that you get on the previous stage, the less people show up on the next one. So I wasn't getting nearly enough points on that last stage, I realized. No, I am paying the price dearly. So now we know why. Okay, so it's very important, clearly, to not have people messing up your track here. We are just getting our butt handed to us. At least there's not a health bar. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, so pulling off tricks is really important. Like if I jump, can I do like tricks in the air at all? Maybe I have to go over one of those bumps to do it. Look at all this stuff. That's okay, we still got time. Maybe we still got time. Can I just like hang on to the side of the course? And like not hit anything? It doesn't seem to work. Hopefully we can find a strategy that works at some point. Fail-proof strategy. Okay, come on, 20 seconds. We can do this. We can do this. $10 seconds. Oh no. Okay. And there's no checkpoints. It's not like Rad Racer where there's like a checkpoint halfway through that gives you a bit of additional time, it looks like. But alright, we're learning how to play. So yeah, there's all 8 courses of the Snowy Hill, and we sucked at the 3rd one. And I think that's it. I think we get booted back to the title screen probably for that. Oh, we get to enter our name. It's my beautiful name. And okay, boots us back here. Interesting, interesting. David Ray, will you be playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe anytime soon? Yes. I've been wanting to do another Mario Kart 8 Deluxe stream and some more Mario Party streams. We definitely need to talk about that a bit. Remember when you French fry when you should pizza, you're gonna have a bad time, says Finn. Oh, then just boots you back to the title screen. What else we got here? RC Pro-Am is racing. Oh, Daniel! Exactly, yeah, that's a very good point. A bit of a different type of a racing game, but yes. Mario Kart Super Circuit, Daniel. You beat the game. Well, that's it. That's right. Then we went back to the title screen. That was it. Okay, so we gotta get our game face on here. But yeah, I mean, you know, for an NES launch title, this is actually really cool. The other racing game that was out on the NES at launch was like Mach Rider. But honestly, this looks kind of even cooler than Mach Rider, I think. And I'm really digging the music. The music's really good. Actually, so I should be going over bumps and doing like tricks, right? Okay, something like that. So you hold down when you go off a bump and he does tricks. But it like really slows you down to go off a bump and do that. Like, see, it's so easy at first. Really wish you had some lettuce, romaine, iceberg, anything. Hello, Colzilla, in the chat. Restart the stream. Don't worry, this is the first level again. So see that total solo bonus? Oh, so for as long as the solo bonus is active, it means that you're not skating with like any other stumps on the hill. No other people that get in our way. Okay, so that's why you gotta get that style bonus. Keeps things nice and clear up ahead. Because yeah, that was awful. When we started that third track, there was like 1 million people in our way. But you want to go through the gates. But yeah, this is you know, the first hill, like I said, out of 3 with 8 tracks each. Let's hopefully not have too much trouble, at least in the early game. Because if we have trouble now, just imagine how tough it must get by the end. And that's the thing about Rareware games, is like they held no punches. Everyone knows Battletoads and you know, Marble Madness. Snake Rattle and Roll is like 2 games away on the shelf as well. Another freaking Rareware game. So I'm sure that will be exciting. Okay. But like, where's all the bumps to get you know, points off of? Or am I getting points like just going through the gates maybe? Thankfully hitting the post doesn't like completely wipe you out. Like, I feel like this game is even more generous than Rad Racer in some ways. So if I can beat those, hopefully we can beat this. The thing about Rad Racer though is like you can continue from whatever track you died on in Rad Racer. Where this game, if they're making us replay tracks over and over again, that's gonna get rough really quick. There you go. Hello.com Boom, Rareware NES launch title, the more you know, absolutely. It was actually released in the NES Versus system, apparently, before it ever came to the console. Kind of like how the Goonies, I think, had a Versus system release, but then like never a actual NES cart release outside of Japan. And we got the Goonies too, but okay, we're back to the 3rd level again. But oh my gosh, like how come there's all these stumps on the hill? I thought I would have done well enough in that last track. Okay, can we just like stay on the side the whole time and hit nothing? I'm just holding up. That's all I'm doing. Let's just, you know, ski down the side here. Well, like it was working for a little bit. Yeah, you know, if I can just like, you know, stay off to the side and not hit anything, that'd be great. You can jump over these, it looks like, whatever they are. No, you know, a little bit. Still though, I think this is going better than last time. Okay, you can jump over that, no problem. I'm just holding up right now, and it seems to be working. No! Suddenly, I don't know why that time all of a sudden he decided to fall into the hole. I think we have enough time though to make it. Just, you know, completely avoid all obstacles and stay off to the side of the track. Didn't we use a trick like that in Knight Rider when we played it? We figured out that we could kind of dodge some stuff if we just rode through the grass. Because the grass didn't even seem to be slowing us down. Kind of like in this case, you know, being off to the side doesn't seem to harm us all that much. There you go. Easiest game on the console. If you grind up the cabbage like KFC does, it releases all the cabbage juice and you can use very hard whole cabbage. This game is so smooth, isn't it, Colezilla? It's really cool. They put real focus on the rear view, if you know what I mean. On the front of the cartridge, I mean, you know, even this guy, he looks like a freaking, like, chicken or like a turkey, like Thanksgiving turkey. Here's the colors and just, it's like, the, you know, it looks like it has, like, the wings on the side. It's a very weird sprite. But hey, you know, I'm not going to complain. The game's pretty cool. And we gotta get those points so that we don't have to deal with people on the hill. I like that at the top there's that indicator on how close you are to the end of the track. I'm referring to it like it's Rad Racer. But like, look at the speed we got going on here. Whoa! And they said that only Sega had blast processing. But again, yeah, this looks great for an NES launch title. And whoever talks about Slalom? This is like the most like underrated game ever. I like how I didn't even go through those posts, but it still counted. Wow, okay, I mean, still only 10 seconds to spare, even though we did pretty well. You have a versus Goonies cab. Your own. Oh, that's so awesome, Colezilla. Yeah, if you're gonna have a game, you know, get one that never actually got like a console release. Like, I have an arcade cabinet for a shooter called Outzone. Like, who's ever heard of Outzone? When I first heard that name, I thought it was like baseball or something, but it is actually an awesome run and gun shooter. You know, top down. And I don't think it's ever been ported to like anything. So you have to have the cab to play it, or like MAME or something. But it's really fun, and you know, I think it's pretty cool to have the cab of that. So like, where am I supposed to go through those gates? I don't even understand. And this guy's in my way. I also like that it tells us it's the 5th race, Crystal Cruise up there. In case we forget. So we're over halfway through the bunny hill now. I love the music though. Like again, you know, even if the same track plays on like every single freaking hill, I'm not gonna complain. No. Wait, I still have. Wow, the time differs so much between some hills. Like 45 seconds still. Ooh. So it seems like it's a matter of like if you, as long as you have a lot of speed when you hit something, you don't wipe out completely, which is nice. When I fell, I kind of started mashing the controller. I don't know, it might have made us get up faster. I just mash buttons now, like in Sky Kid, whenever I take a hit. Wait, I ran out of time? When did I lose all that time? Do you lose time when you hit obstacles? That was like the world's fastest 45 seconds. Anthony Gleason, welcome! Hope you're doing well. Okay, well, we made it halfway through. We're making progress, at least. Welcome over to my place for salad and finger foods anytime, True Seed. Outzone, you have to look it up. Seems pretty rare one there. Yeah, it's such a weird game that like no one's ever gonna hear of. And it's really, really good. And I just can't believe it's like not available on any other console to play. How I studied the manual, True Seed. Thanks for doing Snowy Hill here. Yes, I read the manual. Early NES games typically don't have the longest manuals. It seemed pretty basic from what I read. But again, at least we don't have to beat all 3 hills in one go, it looks like. Like if you had to do like 24 tracks without dying, that'd be worse than, you know, 26 levels of Sky Kid without, I mean, even then, you get extra lives. In this game, it's really mean that you don't get like a single extra chance. Like you want to do tricks, but it just slows you down so much. If only it was like Road Blasters, where like time that you have at the end of one level kind of adds more time to the next level. Doesn't seem like that's the case though. But yeah, an easy first level. Again, just to kind of let your guard down. How many tracks are there? So 8 per hill, and there's 3 hills. So we got 24 tracks total. Big Phil, welcome! Thank you so much. Hope you're having a great night. You're looking forward to seeing me go down Mount Nasty. It's like the murder horn or whatever from Simpsons. There's been a lot of Simpsons references lately. If you like classic Simpsons, definitely check out the Discord server. Ever since I played the freaking Bart Simpson games, it's just been non-stop Simpsons memes. I just can't believe that in that last time I game over, I looked up at the clock and there was like 45 seconds left, and it felt like I looked away for like 10 seconds and then suddenly I ran out of time. So I don't know if some shenanigans happened that caused the time to go down faster, or, you know, they say that time flies when you're having fun. Guess it's true. And what's that say at the top? Is that like, it's funny because the top row of tiles is like cut off on the CRT television, and yet it looks like they went right to the top. So I can't tell if it's miles per hour or kilometers per hour. Looks like it might be kilometers. So clearly we're skiing in Canada then. But yeah, skiing, again, something I never did too much back in the day aside from that one school trip. It's hard to organize on your own. You know, you gotta, you know, naturally there's not gonna be like a ski hill in your backyard. You probably have to travel some ways away to go find a place to ski. So that means having to book travel time, you know, book a flight or something like that, prepare lodging, try and get people together who can all come on that same time. And what happens if you get there and you're like sick of skiing after like 10 minutes? But no, it's fun. But then again, it's, you know, it's very cold too. I'm much more of a hot weather person. But alright, oh, perfect. Let's start mashing into all the dudes again. Alright, my strat last time was kind of just hide on the side and it seemed to work. Yeah, the only thing that sucks is when you don't go through those gates, you slow down like ever so slightly. But like, it's not that much that it really hurts you. Also, it seemed like jumping over the gate kind of negated that in a way. I'm just holding up and seeing what happens. I'm not pressing left or right now. Like, can I just hold up and let the game play itself? In a sense, it looks like you kind of can. I mean, I'm assuming it probably doesn't work in the later levels. But right now, it seems to be just fine. Okay, well, let's not fool around too much. Can anyone confirm if the seconds in this game go down faster than, like, real-world seconds? It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right how fast that clock drained. Mount Nasty sounds dirty. How long was RC Pro-Am? 40 levels? What is it, like 20-something? I thought it was like it looped after 24, I want to say. Time to port it to the PC, says Daniel, right? That's in referring to Outzone. Canada, where Mega Man lives. Let's see, True Steve. Looking forward. Initiate the Game Genie, right? Oh, there's probably a Game Genie cheat that like turns the clock off. That would be so nice. But alright, I think... No, we made it to level 5 last time, right? Which means that we beat this level. What seems to be the max speed? About like 150 kilometers? Like, it's still going up. Okay, about 100. No, it's still going up. Wow. Yeah, so you really have to, like, get up there then. And not lose that. I'm assuming by the end of the game, it's going to be like, if you crash once, it's, you know, you might as well just reset the console. The last few levels in Rad Racer were always like that. You know that Rad Racer 2 was never released in Japan? It was probably in PAL as well, so that would make it, like, you know, like a Western exclusive. Rad Racer 1 was known as Highway Stars in Japan. And yeah, there was no sequel released there. But wow, we got up to 190 kilometers an hour by the end of that. Very nice, Fierce Deity Mask, thank you! So yeah, just for all of you who've ever wondered about Rareware's origins, I thought it'd be fun to stream this one. But like most, you know, earlier NES games, it's kinda the similar thing over and over again, but with some variation. But I think it's interesting that, like, no one talks about this game. Like, I really didn't know too much about it myself. prior to tonight. And again, because of the fact that it's not on Nintendo Switch Online, unfortunately. Like, what is with these flags? Am I just supposed to avoid them? Is any other time you see flags, it's like you're supposed to go through them, but these flags, I guess they're just evil ones that you're supposed to go around? Like, thanks game for explaining that. You know, we could have used a half an hour long tutorial or something at the beginning to explain what each and every little thing does. That's it, I'm going back to playing nothing but modern games. Alright, so we're sucking at this track again. Ugh. Oh, I need to build up some speed. They just really stick like absolutely everything in the middle of the track. Like, yeah, that section really messes me up. So that's probably going to be, you know, the key to victory if we have to retry this, is just getting through that section better. Alright, 20 seconds. Like, there's so many dudes on the course. We got closer that time. We got closer. Insert your credit card to the NES, says Christian. That's right, we're gonna cheat, says Daniel. Knowledge bomb. Didn't know about Highway Stars, Colzilla. Yeah! Always happy to share random info like that. Like to learn about it too. Speaking of bullcrap timer, Super Mario World timer is super fast. Yeah, so it used to be that, you know, in the Mario games, the timer was like way faster than an actual second. But it's weird because in Mario Maker, something I noticed a lot while we were playing it recently, is that the timer in that game actually does correspond to real seconds. So like 500, you know, seconds in a Mario Maker level is actually like, you know, almost 6 minutes. No, almost 10 minutes. What is that, like about 8 minutes or something? 500 seconds? Where, you know, in like an actual Mario game, it'd probably be closer to like 3 minutes. Or 5 minutes. Because, yeah, it probably ends up being that, like, you know, 100 seconds is like a minute. So when you have 400 seconds to beat the level, it's kind of close to the 4 minutes. Basically, yeah, time limits are a funny thing in video games. And retro games are full of them, but they're showing up less and less these days. Like Mario Wonder, I think, just ditched the whole time limit, right? And points. Points also got the bum's rush. But I kind of like points, even if they are completely pointless. Although we have played a lot of retro games where, you know, hitting a certain point threshold will give you a 1-up or something, and I like when games do that. Battletoads did that. Sky Kid just did that. A lot of games do that. Billy Mitchell, world's best gamer. Absolutely. Yep, no one can beat him. Just, you know, look away while he turns the console on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so if we're already seeing some adversity halfway through the first mountain. But, you know, we're going to get better as the night goes on, too. I haven't done any prior practicing. But I'd always heard that this was a more difficult NES game, so now I can understand why. Oh, so even if you jump, okay, when he lands, the thing still happens. In Rad Racer 2, the trick to beating Rad Racer 2, and it's mentioned in the instruction manual, is that if you're at a standstill, you're at 0 speed, and you hold down, you charge up. And then releasing that charge instantly sends you to 255 kilometers an hour. And that is so useful. Like, you know, you just spin out, whatever happens to you, you can instantly get back to max speed. This game needed that sort of thing. Parody channel, Billy Mitchell, world's best gamer, yes. Hey, oh, Devin, welcome. Hope you're having a great night. We're checking out Rareware's first ever Nintendo game, Slalom. Most people have probably never heard of it, but it's not even on Nintendo Switch Online. And it feels wrong that all of the black box games aren't on Switch Online. But it's funny that, you know, people don't realize just how many different companies made some of those games. Like, of course, Rareware made this one. And it was mentioned by YS Bunny that you can actually play this on Rare Replay if you have that, but not on a Nintendo console of all things. This is going fantastically. There's also 10-Yard Fight that was made by IREM. I think Mock Rider was Square, I think, made that one. So it's not on there either. Even though Mock Rider got a trophy in Smash Brothers Melee. Yeah, we need to get better. Like, whenever they just throw so much junk at you in the middle of the track, it's like you want to dodge it, but at the same time, there's all these dudes in your way too. And they always come in twos. It's like, they're so annoying. I think we're okay though, even though I've really done bad this race. I think we're okay. Like, who's timing you anyway? Like, why is it the end of the world if we don't make it to the end by the end of that time limit? Okay, just barely though. Mock Raider was Hal YS Bunny. Okay, okay. Alright, back to level 4 again here. Like, it's just so... Like, this game is intense. Like, when you really get going fast, like, you can feel the speed, but at the same time, you can also feel just how little control you have over anything. So, can you touch the side of these guys? Like, is that how it, like, it works? Because I'm always so afraid of touching them. But okay, if you just kind of bounce off of them, it's not really the end of the world then, because I'm always trying to avoid them so much. But maybe getting a little more aggressive with these guys. You know, bump and jump style. That's what we want. Okay, I'm on the absolutely wrong side of the trees here. But it works. I'm gonna bump you into that thing. Rad Racer was square, yes. Yes, YS Bunny, thank you. They're both black box games, technically gray box for Rad Racer, but whatever, right, YS Bunny? So did you know that Kid Icarus and Metroid both have NES game boards that have a place where a battery could have been placed for save backup? Similar to The Legend of Zelda, because of course over in Japan, those games were disk system games that had save functionality. But when they came to the US for whatever reason, to the West, they just decided to opt for the password systems, probably to save a bit of money and such. But I mean, they were already using the boards with the battery spot, so they were kind of just, saving money on putting batteries in there then. But yeah, it's interesting that they decided to do that. Personally, I think passwords are fine. I don't think you're missing out too much without the save system in those games. But it's interesting that, it looks like at one time they were contemplating on just bringing the whole save system with those games as well. But it's a good thing that they did it with Zelda, though. No one would want to play Zelda with, like, imagine the password. How long it would probably be. But okay, let's go. I think we're on a good pace this time. See, now that I'm not so afraid of touching the other dudes, I feel like I'm not as worried on the hill. I'm used to, like, Rad Racer, where just, like, touching the other racers will flip your car over. We're a little worrisome though. Oh my gosh, again? Something about level 5, I don't know what it is. True Seed, we got a question mark. True Seed. Let's see. To be fair, they also shoved Famicom cartridge boards and adapters into NES carts, right? Again, I'm getting the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it. We now own half of the high scoreboard for what it's worth. Maybe if we just fill the whole high scoreboard, we'll call it a win and move on to the next game. But yeah, there was lots of funky stuff going on with the NES back then. There was that whole circuit board shortage, so they took Famicom boards and made converters, and then that's what some NES games were back in the day, like particularly the Gyromite, and Stack Up especially was really bad for that. And if there was a circuit board shortage, you'd figure how, does making a whole converter and stuff, how can they have the resources for that? But they can't put the games. I mean, I guess it was, it was probably a specific chip was short, which is what the problem was. But yeah, funny things going on back then for sure. Yeah, I think it's Stack Up has like a 100% chance of having a converter inside. Other games, it's more obscure. Like I have an Excitebike cart that has a converter in it. Devins, you're saying a poem, but I apologize. I'm not catching it right now. Exactly. But curiously, one of these was Gumshoe, which didn't receive a Famicom release, is why it's funny. And that's especially weird. If there's like a Famicom, cart of that, board, that was then converted into an NES one. I've never seen that. That would actually be pretty cool, though. Getting that Famicom board, you can make like a custom case for it and have like a Famicom copy of it. Do like a whole pulse line label for it too. That'd be neat. Someone's probably already done that. But okay, come on, out of the way. But yeah, we're playing a Rareware game, and it's not even Rareware Thursday. We'll be getting back to Banjo-Tooie next week. Christian seemed to imply I'm not having fun with it. I'm having a blast with Banjo-Tooie, but it's a funny game. Like, you can't deny there's a lot of backtracking and sometimes walking around without too much going on. Or like, if you were following a guide, it would be like, I'm sure it would lead you in the way that's most efficient to do everything. But someone like me who's just playing it for fun, going off memory from like a decade plus ago, there's going to be times when we're wandering a little bit. But there are definitely times when it's funny how, the worlds are so much bigger in Banjo-Tooie. Yet there's some levels where it feels like there's even a little less to do than in some of the ones from the first game. But we got the pterodactyl land out of the way, so I think next time we're gonna have a lot of fun. Anthony Gleason, it's been 6 years since you last played Banjo-Tooie and you're still scared to go back because of all the backtracking. The next part is going to start with a whole ton of backtracking. I think we need to visit almost every single level again before we get to Grunty Industries, so that would be pretty crazy. What are my thoughts on NES multi-carts? Are you talking about like, like the 101, 110 in ones and 190 in ones and such? I've done reviews of two of them on my channel, the 190 in one and the Arbian Knights 1101. Definitely watch those. I think they're really fascinating, and I collect them whenever I can. They are pretty cool. And obviously it's like, Nintendo doesn't want you buying them, but if there's games on there that you want to play, like it's usually the more basic NES games, earlier releases. Again, a lot of black box stuff in that regard. Or, even find like Japanese exclusives on them sometimes because, those are the ROMs that they release. So that's pretty cool. My first experience with some Japanese exclusive Nintendo 8-bit games were through multi-carts like that. So yeah, I think they're neat, and I've always tried to pick them up when I can. And I think that the reviews I've done have shown them in a pretty good light, give people an idea of what they're all about. But yeah, again, just holding up seems to be the trick, so maybe I should just remember to do that more. Okay, as long as we don't crash, we should be able to get this one done. Let's not revert in our progress here. There we go. Like you've been saying, the BT backtracking and collecting is far worse than it is in DK64, Anthony. From what I remember of DK64, which it's been about as equally long since I 100%ed that game, I like that the worlds in Donkey Kong 64 are at least full of lots of things to collect. Again, I've ranted about it previously, and I won't go on it too long. But I will never understand how they completely upped the size of the worlds in Banjo-Tooie, and then they put everything inside of nests that like condenses the collectibles that are laying around. Or at least in DK64, you have lots of bananas around and coins, and there are so many collectibles in that game, but at least it makes the world feel more populated. Like you're always doing something as you're walking around. Now the problem is the worst part of the backtracking in Donkey Kong 64 is when you're playing as DK and suddenly you see red bananas, so you gotta go back and get Diddy Kong for those ones, and then, you know, you see blue bananas, so you gotta go get Lanky Kong, and then you see yellow bananas, so you gotta go get Donkey Kong back. That's the worst part of Donkey Kong 64. And people always bring up that there's now a ROM hack out there where you can just, you know, change characters on the spot. If I ever let's play the game or play through it through stream, it will probably be the original version. It doesn't bother me that much having to do that, but you know, that a ROM hack exists now for those who weren't a big fan, so I think that probably takes out most of the problem that Donkey Kong 64 had. But okay, level 5 again. We gotta get up to like max speed. Max Howard should be here as we get up to max speed. My name was almost Max. My parents almost named me Max. Why they went with Andrew, I don't know. Just imagine it could be Max's game display right now. You see, I always hit these dumb flags that they put here because I see flags and I'm like, oh, I gotta go between those somehow. Okay, well, we still crashed somehow. Like, didn't I just hit the guy? Here I am thinking that I can run into the guys, no problem. I think that's who just tripped me. But other good Rare games, the music here reminds me of Pinbot a little bit, and I think David Wise also did the soundtrack for that. David Wise is just a freaking incredible person when it came to music. David Wise also did the Wheel of Fortune soundtracks. Some pretty good tracks in some of those games. Okay, come on, 45 seconds, we got half to go. Pick up some speed here. Like, it's so hard to go between these trees sometimes when you're going so fast. And they just keep coming, too. That guy kind of pushed me through, which was funny. It just never ends! It just never freaking ends! And you can see the indicator at the top. We are like an inch away from the goalposts. I hope that's like an anomaly. I hope the other three on this hill are like super easy and just for some reason Crystal Cruise. Like, it doesn't even sound threatening and yet it's like the worst freaking thing. Gumshoe not getting a Famicom release is odd. But I think the light gun wasn't doing well in Japan. That's true. There's hardly any light gun support in Japan. Again, you know, there's like the three main games that released alongside it: Wild Gunman, Hogan's Alley, and Duck Hunt. And past that, it did not get anywhere near the use that it got in terms of over here in the West. We had a lot more light gun games, so that's true. That makes sense. But it's just funny though, then, like you said though, that, you know, they would make a Famicom version of it at all. Because I mean, the story always goes that, you know, they repurposed Famicom carts or, you know, boards for the Western releases. Well, why was there Famicom boards of Gumshoe to begin with? Unless they made them and were planning to release it, and then, you know, maybe like you said, you know, it didn't do so well, so that they never ended up releasing it. Yeah, it's a lot harder to find the Famicom gun than it is to find the NES Zapper, that's for sure. What if K. Rool destroys DK Island? You can't continue playing DK64 anymore and have to start a new game, or you can't play DK64 anymore. What kind of games had traumatic game overs as a kid? I think Mario Land 2 was the worst one, where if you game overed, you lost all of your golden coins and had to go beat the bosses again. But that's the only way to replay the boss levels, though, since you can't beat them. You know, you can't even play them once you've obtained that golden coin. But there was a few times as a kid where, like, if I had one life left, I would just shut the game off because I was so afraid of losing it and getting game over and having to go get my golden coins back. So that's probably one of the most punishing game overs back in the day. But I always said that, you know, when Mario Wonder came out, it should just brick your Switch if you get game over. I want more punishing game overs. Make you play the whole game again. Sounds good to me. But something tells me most people probably wouldn't like that. Speaking of which, we've been getting game over here. I mean, we are so close to beating that 5th level now. The game really goes from 0 to 100 fast. Like, it really goes from, you know, you can make a couple mistakes to you better not make a single mistake in about 5 minutes. Mario Wonder, they just delete your save? Sounds good to me. They didn't get the light gun and we didn't get much e-readers, says Daniel. Funny how, you know, the gun is more popular in the West and the trading card's more popular over in Japan. Nah, man, I wish we had gotten more e-reader support. I was so hyped for that e-reader and to play all those new Mario levels, and we got like 11 of them or 12 of them. And that was it. Had to wait like a good decade plus before I finally got to experience them through the more shifty, you know, methods, and then they finally released on the Wii U. And that was a game we all recommended that everybody buy on the Wii U eShop before it shut down. Was the Mario Advance 4 with the e-reader levels built in. And then they just freaking released it on the Switch Online anyway, but, you know, if you actually wanted to own it, you know, buying it through the eShop was a pretty good method. That's the thing about Nintendo's online services. You know, we talk about games like the, you know, the Rareware ones. Like, just how long are they signing licenses with Rare or Microsoft to have these Rareware games on Nintendo's online? Will the day come when they disappear? That's the question, right? And of course, you know, when the Nintendo's next console comes out, it better just pick up where like the online services left off. Every single Nintendo console from now on better just connect like the same Nintendo online, you know, libraries. None of this freaking, all right, we're starting from scratch again on a new console. How many generations have they done that now? Like, it's like Wii U, Switch, you know, and then the 3DS. Yeah, the Wii U one had the e-reader levels. Yes, Daniel. Alright, what are we on here? Level 4 again? So I guess if you hit those guys from the back is when you spin up, but you can shove them from the side all you want. And they always have to come in twos. That's the most annoying part. It's like, if it was just one of them, fine. Okay, like, here's one. See, no problem. And then here's two of them. I landed on his head. I wonder what determines, like, again, if you, when you land, if you spin it, you know, you get kind of stuck in the snow or not. This is not good when you go, like, to a standstill. I don't notice, like, a health bar anywhere if there is one. Yeah, Devin, so we were playing Terraria, Hackin' Quackin' and I, at the exact time that the servers were supposed to shut down. And what happened was, you could keep playing together online for as long as you wanted. As long as you didn't turn the game off. Because, I guess then you, like, you know, disconnected from the server. And it's trying to reconnect to the server that Nintendo shut down. Not actually, like, being on the server. Like, it's so weird. Actually, this is level 5 again. We gotta concentrate here. Oh my gosh. Faster, faster! What exactly are those supposed to be? Like snowmen? Oof. Oof. No, okay. It's always going so well, and then you just hit like one tree. It's like, there goes your speed. Not to mention having to dodge like the 40 guys in front of you. Look at these jumps. Whoa, finally! Finally we beat level 5, everyone! Now please, let the other 3 not be that hard. There's no gentleman, David. Oh, I should have known. We got a whole 2 seconds of solo bonus. Look how long this level is. Okay, we get 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Levels are suddenly escalating really big. Oh, actually, did you hear that pause sound? What, like a Mario-esque pause sound effect there. Every game used that back in the day. Does this game even end? Yeah, so each hill is 8 tracks. So if we can beat 3 more, we can be done with the starting hill and move on to the next one. But Brainstar64, welcome. You want Wii U 3 and the GameCube 2 basically switched for kids and Game Box for adults, says Daniel. I really wonder what they're going to do with the next Nintendo console. Like, it's impossible that the next Nintendo console will sell anywhere near what the Switch sold. And like, you know, will Nintendo return to like kind of its Wii U days? Because I feel like it seems like every second generation is kind to Nintendo. And I just feel like, you know, they're going to try and do what they did with the Wii U. And they're probably going to try and piggyback on the Wii a little bit. You know, piggyback on the Switch like they did with the Wii during the Wii U era. Thinking that, oh yeah, we'll get everyone who already owns a Switch to buy a Switch 2 or whatever they're going to call it. And, you know, then there'll be that group of people who just think it's like a new controller for the Switch or something. Like, I just feel like Nintendo is doomed to every second generation be put into a tough spot. And we're not even halfway yet, but half of our time is almost gone, so that's concerning. This level has a lot of gates it expects you to go through. And you have like 0 seconds to actually like see the gate coming up. I mean, it seems to be going like left, right, so I guess now that we know that. Yeah, see, now that I've kind of caught on to the system they got going here. Come on, we got 30 seconds. If we get back at the max speed, we can probably do it. Wow. You can really feel what makes this game so hard though. You know, just like Rad Racer, it's like if you make one mistake, it can just kill your whole run. If there's snowmen, why the heck are people building snowmen in the middle of the ski course? And the levels, okay, I was gonna say they just keep getting longer. This one's actually 15 seconds shorter than the last one. You got at least 10 frames, piece of cake. Welcome over on the Twitch there. Thank you so much for watching. This is why Nintendo should stop copyrighting people for using this content and other stuff. And games, etc. Let's see here. Okay. No, not already. Oh, here comes the snowman again. Like, I feel like we've already seen like all the tricks that this game has to throw at us. It's just like a question of how many snowmen are they going to put on the course. Oh, wonderful! All the people on the track again. Like, oh my gosh. It should be mentioned too that the controls are a little strange, but that's like the worst thing you can play. Oh man, it's the controls' fault. I'm getting used to them. But it's like if you press a direction. I'm still getting used to, like, you know, just how far you actually travel in that direction. Like, going straight is not the easiest. There we go. Around corners and stuff. Like, look at all that! We kept our speed, though, pretty well. And now we're not going to have speed at all. 30 seconds still. I like when I look up there and I see that we still have 30 seconds, but it seems to kind of just fly by. Come on, come on, come on. No. Oh my gosh. Alright, made it to level 7 that time, everyone. This is why... Great news, by the way, Nintendo... You called Nintendo and they manually removed the busted Wii U from my account. Now you can install your digital games on your new Wii U. Really, Super Tom Brother? Like, that's a thing that they would do for you? That's awesome. The controls are amazing. Sarcasm. Like, you have to feel them to know what I'm talking about. It's a bit of a different feel. And just like that, you gotta start the whole thing over again. I should have listened when they said this was one of the toughest NES games. When you play those games, you ignore the time limit. Brainstar64. If only we could. But I feel like we're getting the hang of things a bit more. Feel like we're getting there. Alright, everyone. So here, on one hand you have Banjo-Tooie, which is a slower paced game, but you know, it's obviously still a really good game. And you have this game, which is like too fast. Like, this guy's faster than Sonic the Hedgehog. Do people actually get up to like 200 kilometers an hour when they're skiing? It's pretty intense if true. I mean, it seems very dangerous though. I noticed on like the earlier levels, you don't seem to speed up as much. At first you thought you wouldn't because the console was used, but they were okay with it, probably because you had purchased so many virtual console games. I mean, they probably know at this point that anyone who gets like a new Wii U, it's going to be used. I wonder when Nintendo will like just outright stop offering support for it. So this is what I'm talking about in regards to the controls. Like, you press a direction once, and it's not like he only goes that direction for as long as you're holding it. There's like a set distance that if you press right just a little bit, he'll still keep moving it even once you take your thumb off. And that's what's a little bit confusing. And that's why you see me doing things like this sometimes, where I'm doing like left, right, left, right. That's to try and counteract that, you know, going too much in one direction. But, like, the first few levels are easy. It's just like the biggest like straightaway here. All right. So what are some of everyone's favorite NES black box games? Of course there is Super Mario Brothers. Kind of like the OG classic. Can't go wrong with that one. The Donkey Kong games are a lot of fun. Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong Jr. How are people on Donkey Kong 3? It's almost like a shmup in a way, which you know how much I've been playing those lately, how much I've been enjoying those. But yeah, it's just weird how different Donkey Kong 3 is. And you know, there's no Donkey Kong 2 arcade game. It's only a Game & Watch. Or like, I guess the idea is kind of that Donkey Kong Jr.'s Donkey Kong 2. It's so weird how they numbered those. Even back then, you know, game numbering made 0 sense. Excite Bike's always fun. Mach Rider, we've mentioned, was fun. I haven't played a lot of the sports ones. Like, I did 10 Yard Fight. Coming up still, we have soccer, volleyball, tennis, all three, which I've never played like a full game of, so that would be kind of funny. But you know, the nice thing is those games are like nice and short. You know, you just win like that one game of it, and then you can check it off the list. Mahjong YS Bunny. Totally correct, but totally correct and technically correct. So, yes, there is a Chinese version release of Mahjong. I don't know if you'd consider it black box though, right? Because it's, you know, it's one of those white carts, and I think it has like a blue label, and the picture used on it is still like the Mahjong picture from the Famicom cart, right? It doesn't have one of those pixel-styled designs like we associate with the black box games. But no, totally right. You know, Mahjong is one of the rarest, you know, NES games out there, just because of its super limited release, only in, you know, Chinese NES cart form, with no official like North American or PAL release in a typical gray cart. I think that's super cool. I don't know how to play Mahjong. I should learn so I can you know, beat the Famicom version. I have been keeping a list of, you know, Famicom games that I've beat as well. It's not very long though. It's like we've mentioned Esper Dream, things like Super Mario Bros. 2 Japan, Earthbound Beginnings, Moai-kun. Not too long yet. You know what? The NES Baseball is actually one of the worst baseball games on the NES Super Tom Brother. That takes me back to when I had to play like those 10 NES baseball games in a row, and I started with the OG Nintendo Baseball. And it's fine. It is on Nintendo Switch Online if you want to experience it that way. Speaking of which, though, ooh, we're back to level 5 again, so we gotta watch out here. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, that's our one freebie crash. That's the thing I'm calling. There were some tracks where I could like really ride on the side, and then there's like this one where it's like if I'm over to the side, it like slows you down. Maybe it was just being nice for the earlier stages or something. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Alright, we're halfway and we still have 50 seconds. You really have to get good at passing between the trees when they do this kind of diagonal formation. But no, I like that answer, YS Bunny, of Mahjong. There's also F1 Race, which is like a really early Famicom game that never got localized. Oh, so close. That one crash at the beginning messed up our whole run. Instead, Nintendo decided to go with games like this, and with, you know, Mach Rider as their NES launch titles. Rare as the Nintendo World Championships card. Not quite that rare, Daniel. But still pretty obscure. Of course, Mahjong doesn't have, you know, the cultural significance behind it as well. So it's not going to be as desired as NWC. I don't know why, but Slalom for NES was one of those games that creeped up on me and you enjoyed more than you thought. Real Puma Oblivion. I think it's awesome. And again, no one's talking about Slalom. Can't even play it on Nintendo Switch Online, but if you have Rare Replay, which I don't, I had to pay $15 for each of those Banjo-Kazooie games on the Xbox 360. But yeah, if you pick up Rare Replay for like $5 or whatever it goes for these days, you can check this out for yourself. And I think it's a really cool game. But I definitely see where the difficulty comes from and why people say it's a tougher NES entry. What are we here? Almost like an hour in? No, we are an hour in. Uh-oh. We still haven't beat the bunny hill. That scares me a little bit. You know what you like about Mario Kart 64, Christian? When you hit a banana and you can slow down and not spin out. That's a pro gamer move right there. Too pro for me. Clue Clue Land's a guilty favorite of yours, Brainstar64. Clue Clue Land. That's one I hadn't played too much before I got to it on the NES shelf. You have to beat like 20 levels before the game starts looping around. And it was pretty tough, but actually I ended up really enjoying my time with Flu Land. Thought that was a cool one too. Let me just catch up on another message here. Fun story, Nintendo didn't stop servicing Super Famicom consoles in 2009 in Japan, 19 years after service. Yeah, they serviced, you know, NESs for a really long time. Nintendo used to support things for quite a bit after they were released. You know, the Famicom was supported for like a really long time in Japan. But now they got, you know, they're ditching things after like 10 years. Shutting down those servers. Meanwhile, we still got, you know, Xbox 360 you can still play online, PS3 you can still play online. And yet, you know, Nintendo's already shut down their next generation consoles after those. It's pretty funny. And that tells you what? You know, like the Switch. It's got, you know, if they shut things down in 10 years, Switch wouldn't have that many years left. What did it do? No, like 2012 to like 2004, 2024. So, you know, you can see the Switch shutting down in like 5 years if they follow that logic, which maybe they won't. For the Switch as well. This sounds like music that would play in an NES game review from 2012, The Golden Block. David Wise, who did the soundtrack for the Donkey Kong Country games and a whole bunch of other Rareware games, did the soundtrack for this, which is why it sounds just so incredible. But hey, yo, Golden Block, hope you're having a great night. Kid Icarus is a personal fave demo. Yeah, it kind of in that black box adjacent gray/silver box series that came out. I like that they did that. You know, they kind of kept with that theming, and then just eventually dropped it after that. You know, I guess because what also happened was, like, you know, you have the black box titles, which were like the first NES games, and then with the next wave of NES games that was released, you know, Nintendo had something like that. Plus, you know, you have companies like Konami, who had their first games coming out. And, you know, you have a box that looks like, you know, like the Castlevania box, side by side one of Nintendo's pixel art boxes. And I can imagine back in the day, a lot of people would probably look at the Castlevania box and think, oh man, that's cooler, I'm gonna buy that. Over like this pixel art thing. Okay, this is not good. I'm sucking at this level. I hate these snowmen so much. But like, they're not hard, like once you just think about it for a second and realize it's on the left side and then the right side, on the left side and then the right side. Hopefully we still have enough time to make up for all our 40 mistakes there. Ooh, just barely. Hello, Diego, welcome! Your internet is acting up right now. You're missing out, says Brainstar. Don't worry, we're just playing the same bunny hill again. Got your copy for NES, including you got Mock Rider Pro Wrestling, and no fewer than 2 different cartridges of Super Mario Bros. No, you're missing out if you don't have the standalone Mario release, plus the Mario Duck Hunt, plus Mario Duck Hunt, plus World Class Track Meet on it. Or you could have the PAL exclusive, you know, Super Mario Brothers plus Duck Hunt plus, I think it's Nintendo World Cup. So, you know, if you don't have all of those, do you even know what you're doing? But yeah, I noticed that. Okay, so I'm starting to realize that a lot of the hills are just like, you know, it's the same thing repeated on like the left and then right, left and then right. Which, I mean, that's kind of how skiing goes, right? Like, they'll put a gate on the left, they'll put a gate on the right. So that makes sense. Like, I'm not much of a skier, so I'm picking up on these things gradually. But that was really good. The Guardian Legend! I don't think I got to say more than that. Underrated. Guardian Legend! Real Puma Oblivion is so much fun. That was an NES game I beat way, way back. And yeah, it's like, you know, got your mix of Zelda there plus shmup. And again, you can look through my live streams and see that we've beat Sky Kid, Silver Surfer, SCAT, all sorts of shmups recently. And those are just the ones I've streamed. I even beat some of them off stream too, like Silkworm. Yeah, shmups all over the place. You know, the Guardian Legend mix is just 2 of my favorite genres in that regard. Really, really cool. Everyone needs to check that out. But alright, okay, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Man, I just can't get a break at the start of level 5. There's something about the layout here. I always crash. If it wasn't for the other skiers, I think I just need to learn to ignore them more, like I've mentioned previously. It's as long as you touch them from the side, it's not a big deal. Just don't touch them from behind. Okay, so it kind of... I see what they're doing. Okay, I see. The hills slow you down a little bit when you go over them, but at least it's not like smashing into a tree like that. If we can get back up to like max speed right now, we still have a chance. Always right at the finish. Video won't stop buffering. Probably your crappy internet, David Ray. It looks good to me, but hopefully it sorts it out there. If we get playing baseball NES on Wii Virtual Console, that would be an interesting purchase to make. Especially if you already have like Wii Baseball. Wii Baseball is probably better than NES Baseball. What's my favorite Mario ROM hack? Oh, there's some really cool ones. You know, there's on NES, there's Extra Mario Brothers, which is kind of like a combination of Metroid with Super Mario. That one's really neat. A lot of people like Mario 3 Mix. I thought that one was okay. I mean, Super Mario Omega, have you ever played that one? Mario Omega is very cringe at this point. Released in 2009. You know, it's notable because it was one of the first ROM hacks to include custom music, Super Mario World-wise. But these days, I think it leaves a bit to be desired. But yeah, I'm always up for more ROM hack suggestions for the Mario Mondays. Feel free to drop those in the Discord server. There's a whole channel just for that. And I'd love to check them out. But what is up, Ma KCC? Hope you're having a great night. We're gonna make 1,000 snowmen and see if you let... Oh, there's no snow by your house, says Devin. No, like I said, thankfully... We're finally getting some nicer weather here, so I'm not going to complain about that. I want to make sure I'm not missing chat messages here. Yeah, Guardian Legend was great. When you were younger, you used to have Black Box Donkey Kong. Now you have Donkey Kong Classics. You want to get all the Black Box games, but you don't think that'll happen now. So yeah, the most expensive Black Box game, probably Stack Up, right? How about this one? Has this one like gone up in price too much? I don't think otherwise, aside from Stack Up. There's any black box games that are like super... Oh, oh no, that's right. Donkey Kong Jr. Math is awful. It's really gone up in recent years. So yeah, there's that one too. But you're not really missing out without Donkey Kong Jr. Math. Did you know there was going to be Donkey Kong Jr. Music as well? And it just never got released? It had like, you know, label art and stuff designed for it in Japan and everything. And it just never came out. Imagine, you know, the musically inclined people that could have benefited from that. Now to never know what it would have been like. There's also, you know, Popeye's English in Japan, which, you know, it's the same kind of idea of Donkey Kong Jr. Math, where it uses the Popeye graphics from the NES game. Yeah, that's another black box one no one's really brought up. Popeye's fine. It's kind of repetitive like Donkey Kong is, but gameplay-wise, it's not too bad. But yeah, Popeye's English. And the funny thing is you can use it reversed as well. It's like, you know, it will give you a Japanese word, and you have to enter the English letters that spell the word it corresponds to. But you can use it backwards too, where it's like, okay, you know, you need to know what it says in Japanese to then spell the English word. So check it out if you've never seen Popeye's English. Play Mario Omegle. Why is funny? I think the 3D Classics version of Kid Icarus is the definitive way to play it, but now there's no way to buy it anymore. Those 3D Classic games were so cool. I love what they did there. And yeah, it's a shame that they're just kind of, you know, no longer accessible. In the traditional sense, anyway. But see how in this level you can kind of just go along the side and it doesn't penalize you that much? Then there's some levels where you just gonna get totally wrecked if you try to do that. But come on, we gotta finish this bunny hill. I want to at least experience another mountain within the next few minutes. Although it does make me really worried about what's coming up. This is like left, right, left, right. This isn't bad. Left, right. Like, it helps when you know what's coming up. As is usually the case. video games, memorization's a good thing to do. So just by pressing left or right once, you can go almost completely to the other side. Wow, one little hit. I got completely wiped out, but it's okay. This shouldn't be too difficult. With the time remaining. There you go. Popeye might not get released on NSO. Yeah, because of course licensing and all that. It's like you'll never see Goonies 2 again, probably. Yeah, so many weird licensing things. The other skiers are there just to make your run miserable. Absolutely. Real Puma Oblivion. Mario Bros. Plus Duck Hunt plus World Class Track Meet plus Nintendo World Cup plus Kid Icarus plus Paperboy. Oh, yeah, you know, just combine all the games together, right? There's that multi-card everybody was talking about. I know there's a lot of oh, why does it feel like I picked up speed so fast in this level compared to the other ones? I wonder if it had something to do with pausing. Is there like a whole pause buffering thing where you can just pause and you build up speed while it's on pause or something? Because it feels like I gain speed way too fast. Yeah, so it's doing that thing again where left, right, left, right. So yeah, once you recognize that it does that, and you can kind of anticipate what's coming up, that helps a lot. Nice. Did I ever collect the digital NES games hidden in Animal Crossing for GameCube? I have all of them except for regular Mario Bros. And isn't it like there's the Legend of Zelda in there as well? But it's inaccessible. But yeah, it's really cool that they did that in the original Animal Crossing. There's a lot of GameCube games where you can unlock NES games within them. Like you can unlock the original Metroid in Metroid Prime, for example. And it's a shame that we don't see more, functionality like that in games anymore. But instead, they'd rather, sell them to you through like the virtual console or make them available through like an online service. So, but it used to just be like a neat bonus feature to include old games in a more modern game. Like you get Sonic Adventure DX, where you can unlock those Game Gear games. Those would eventually be included in like Sonic Gems collection and every other collection anyway. But before they did that, it was a neat treat to be able to unlock some new games as like a bonus feature. Don't make me wipe out again. Okay, I think we've had like one wipeout on this track so far. If we can keep it at that. I keep calling them tracks too. What do you call it? Like a hill, I guess? But a course. Probably a course. It's more of a mouthful though. Okay, still got 30 seconds. I feel like whenever I look up at the clock, it's always at 30. If we just don't crash again. Come on, keep going, yes! Yes, Rad Racer style, where you can still pass the finish line as long as you don't come to a stop. Alright. Not really a ROM hack, but you'd love to see me play the e-reader levels in Mario 3. I know you've already done those, but that was over a decade ago, and you'd be surprised if most of your subscribers aren't aware of you playing them. Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be a lot of fun. I've definitely considered it as well. Probably do it on the Switch this time. Yornt. Super Tom Brother, those were e-reader cards released on Mario Bros. Ice Climber, but you needed the cheat device to access the Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda, yeah! Yeah, in Japan, like, or was it even in North America as well? There was e-reader cards where you could just, like, unlock those. Okay, so we haven't played level 6 too much, so I have no idea what's coming up. We beat it on our first try last time. Let's hopefully we can do that again. Like, these are small gates to have to fit through, and the freaking guys just don't move out of the way. How come they don't have to go through the gates? I mean, maybe it's better if they're just out of the way. Almost went right into that tree. No, no. All right, we still got 1:20. Again, it's just so inconsistent how long some levels are compared to others. Oof. Like, is it worth it trying to go through the gates if it means I'm gonna crash on these guys? Like, maybe it just actually is worth it every once in a while to skip one. Still 40 seconds. This level is like all gates. Not that, not that. Yes! Flipping over the finish line. Oh. If it counts. That's all that matters. Now I think this level had like a ton of skiers in the way. Oh good, I can pause before the level actually starts. Good. You always vote yes for e-reader levels, Big Phil. By far your favorite collection of items of yours are the physical cards, Big Phil. Yeah, thank you. I think they're so neat as well. E-reader cards are awesome. Probably like Ski Free. What are your favorite Sonic characters? I mean, there's all the Sonic characters are pretty good. All of them but big. How about that? Does going through the gates make you go faster, Golden Block? So not going through the gates actually slows you down. So if you just want to keep your speed, you got to go through the gates, essentially. Like, look at that already. Okay. Like, I'm just trying to freaking play the game. And these guys are always in the way. Like, did you see how I was beside him and he purposely moved in front of me? Alright, if we do like a flawless run for the next minute, maybe we can still make it. Maybe we still have a chance. How much time do I have? 24? Okay. I've learned not to try and look up at the clock while you're in the middle of a race. Come on, come on. You know that's the end, too. One less little crash. What an intense freaking game. Used to have every Mario 3 e-reader card released in North America except for the 2 Walmart exclusives. So Walmart, like, there's actually 3 Mario 3 e-reader cards I still don't own. It's the Mushroom and the Flower, which I think were Walmart exclusive. And there's also Airship's Revenge. There's like a whole level that was a promo card that I think was only given out by Walmart, but like, again, that was so silly. I didn't know about that back in the day. I don't even know if it was like a thing in Canada. Maybe it was just in the US, but I got mine from GameStop, so no chance of me getting any promo stuff. But yeah, it's the most annoying thing, you know, when places would have exclusive things if you pre-ordered there, or You know, it wasn't as easy to get that sort of information back in the day, where now, yeah, you know, it'd be like all over the social medias or whatever. But back then, you'd pretty much have to go to like each individual store to see if they had something for the game. And as a kid, I didn't think about that. Sega says 2024 is the year of Shadow. Everyone see the trailers for the Sonic 3 movie? Who's keeping up with the Sonic movies? Looks like Jim Carrey's gonna be back. Your favorite is Sonic's human girlfriend, the princess? I liked Sonic 06. I mean, okay. It's very glitchy and broken. I try and look past that. Sometimes it's very hard to do, but as someone who loved Adventure 1 and 2, Sonic 06 is essentially Sonic Adventure 3, which, you know, everyone's asking for. It's just very unfinished. What happened was the teams at Sega were split. Sonic team was split between working on Sonic 06 and working on Sonic and the Secret Rings. So they didn't have the capacity to complete Sonic 06 in the way they wanted to before they were forced to shove it out the door. Now, why they couldn't have fixed it up after release, you know, it was the generation where, you know, patches were kind of a thing. Update patches, but maybe it just would have been so huge it wasn't plausible back then, or they decided to cut their losses. But it's because of that, the freaking Sonic and the Secret Rings ruining everything, that Sonic has kind of been never the same since. Where I think Sonic 06 could have been amazing if it had the proper time and care it should have had. And you know, the whole freaking Sonic kissing the princess or whatever, it's fiction. There's way worse out there. Have you ever watched the freaking Disney movie? Now, do you love NES glitches? It's probably the funniest thing that can happen to a genuine NES game. Go watch my stream for Hide Glide. We were just in the middle of that, and the whole thing all of a sudden glitched out. What do you mean it's fiction, Juicy? I mean, I'm not going to question the rules of like a fictional universe, as if there are real universe, right? Like, yeah, don't go kissing hedgehogs in real life, but I'm not gonna be like, oh man, this doesn't conform to my reality. Into the trash it goes. But alright, where were we? Let's get back on track here. Let's see. Where are we on level 3? Level 3 is not usually bad. What have we got going on in the chat? People are probably laughing about that in the chat. Guess the anime, Devin? And he has glitches. You love Sonic movies, except for the fact they brought back Tails' original voice actor. I feel like I'm the only person who likes Tails' voice actor from Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. I could not stand his Sonic Heroes voice. Never got to play Sonic 06 because it went up in price. Did it really? Is it an expensive game now? Guess I'm lucky I got it on... I've beat the PS3 version, not 100%. I'm not sure if it's even possible to get 100% in those games. I've looked at the achievements for the 360 version because the PS3 version was an earlier release before they invented trophies. But I've read some of the achievements for the 360 version, and some of them don't even make sense. I have no idea what they're actually asking you to do. That's where I found it on Mr. Hard Drive. Have I watched... Your skier gets so excited every time you win, he smashes spinny hops. Super Tom brother. This game has some serious buttocks. Oh boy. I think he looks like a chicken or a turkey when you see him from like the side. It's a very interesting character sprite for sure. But yeah, so essentially, you know, we're just replaying the first 4 levels each time, just to get back to level 5, where things get spicy again. And we haven't beat level 7 yet. We've been like a couple of feet away. Should we do metric, or should we be doing Imperial system? What do we have more of in the chat? Americans or other? Is there anywhere else in the world that still uses... Oh, look at that. That was funny. It still uses the Imperial system? Or are you alone on that one, America? Panzer Dragon. Sonic Colors is very expensive. Angry German. Yeah, Sonic Colors is cool. I always hope that Sonic Colors will get like an HD port someday or a remake, and it finally did. Then people pointed out some of the flaws with it. I had fun with it, but it's not a perfect game. All right, here we go. Level 5. Time to get serious. Oh, that's like why? How come sometimes one little hit will send you on your butt? And other times I feel like I can take 40 hits and it doesn't happen. Is it all luck, or is there like a trick to it? Maybe I should mash buttons while I'm in the air. Mashing buttons always seems to help. No. Oh, see? Like, how come that time one little hit? Maybe I need to jump more. That's probably my problem, is I don't jump enough. Although I feel like it's hit or miss, where if you jump, you'll actually like go over something, or if you'll land on top of it anyway. But maybe, yeah, so that's probably, I should just be like jumping over everyone. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh. Super Tom brother. I referenced that episode in the Discord chat before we started this. Oh. Why can't it be like Super Mario Brothers? Maybe if I hold A and press start, we'll start from the level we left off at. No luck, it seems. Ma KCC. Not realizing, like, just how Robin Williams named his daughter Zelda. That's interesting. Well, I knew that, but like, it's still interesting. He was in a Zelda commercial once, right? Which game was that? That wasn't Majora's Mask? Question mark? Again, these first few hills just tricking you into making you think this game is so easy. Which, you know, every racing game is like that before it picks up the pace. They did a few advertisements, True Seed. Interesting. Simpsons episode must be based on this game. Sonic Colors on PS4 isn't expensive. You enjoyed on the PS5. So for people who own... Or what's a better way to put this? When a game comes out on PS4 and PS5, as someone who like doesn't play either of those consoles, is there a noticeable difference between the PS5 version over the PS4 version? Or is it like generally the same? I just play everything on the Switch, which means it probably looks like 14 years outdated at this point. All you on the PS5 probably get to see like every single wrinkle on Sonic's face. I'm totally missing out. Is there another Sonic game announced at this point? So the next Sonic game is like Sonic Generations with Shadow and Knuckles. So is it like the base Sonic Generations, but they're adding some new levels in with Shadow? Is that how that game works? I haven't looked too much into it. I just recently finally beat Sonic Superstars. And I never did beat Sonic Frontiers, which is like, I want to go back and play it again. Maybe we should stream it together, just to get her done. You've honestly never cared for realistic graphics, Wise Bunny. How much more do you need than this, right? This is the best you need. Really sucks when a remake releases and it ends up being worse than the original. I think I mentioned that Monkey Ball Banana Mania had me so disappointed. Like, it doesn't even include the original soundtrack unless you buy like an $8 DLC? What? Why the heck would you do that? Plus, there's no cutscenes in between worlds? It's like stop motion? Not even that. It's like, you know, there's hardly any cutscene at all. Like, it just doesn't make any sense how horrible Banana Mania was. Like, the levels are there, I guess, but just play the GameCube version of Donkey Kong Monkey Ball 2. Or like Monkey Ball Deluxe on like the Xbox or something. Like, yeah, that remake made no sense, and it really made me worried about like anything that Sega does. Like, how do you botch that so bad? Thankfully, level 3 is like super easy. You can suck real bad in this one, and it doesn't really hurt you at all. I tried to jump over that guy. Like, this is a good chance to practice some jumping. Like, can I actually jump over anything if I have enough speed? I don't know if I jumped over it or if I just missed. Okay, see, I could jump over there. Ooh, okay. See, I need to jump more. I need to get better at jumping. I feel like that's the next thing I really need to kind of learn about this game. But see, I jumped there and I still landed on top of it. Alright, no more joking around. We actually do need to kind of get to the end in the next 5 seconds. Ugh. Stupid sexy Flanders, yes. It's just the PS4 version. Oh, like you played the PS4 version on your PS5 then, okay. Because some games do get like a PS4 and a PS5 release, right? Like, is it really noticeable that one's better over the other? I think that Spider-Man 2 game that came out like the same day as Mario Wonder. I think that was notable for like actually being PS5 exclusive, right? Where most PS5 games seem to also still come out on the PS4. Like, what a weird gaming generation. I've been thinking a lot lately about how, aside from Nintendo stuff, I really haven't consumed much entertainment since like 2010. Like, I never really got a PS4 or a PS5 or anything after Xbox 360, which we're just finally kind of catching up with now. But yeah, so I'm really behind in all that. Sometimes it feels like the PS4 is still like a new thing, and I hear people talking about the PlayStation 6. I'm like, what? When did that happen? All right. So Christian, I was sent a PS4 from a friend who lives in Dubai. So it's like the Arabic version of PlayStation 4. And it uses like the whole 50 hertz European power system. So I fear if I played it in North America, I'd probably blow it up somehow. I have also since picked up a used PS4 from a thrift store of all things. I picked up my Xbox 360 from a thrift store, and I took a chance on a PS4, and that actually worked as well. But there's nothing I really need to play on PS4. Most games I would have bought on PS4 also came out for the Switch. Like, I love Crash Bandicoot 4. Incredible game. And there was a time when I'm like, okay, if this doesn't come out on the Nintendo console, I guess I'll finally have to buy a new Sony one to play it. And then eventually it did come out on the Switch, and I had an absolute blast with it. But yeah, I've had no reason to really play PlayStation 4. Like, feel free to point at all the incredible games I'm missing on it, but I don't know. Okay, we gotta win. Like, if Slalom isn't on PlayStation 4, no thank you. I mean, it is on, like, what, the Xbox One? If I get Rare Replay. Rare Replay seems like a really cool bundle of games, honestly. They sandwiched me! Did you see that? I think we win. I think this is it. Come on, yes. Okay. PS3 has no games. It has 3D Dot Game Heroes. That hasn't been ported to, like, anything ever. And I love that game, so that's cool. What else did I play on PS3? There was like some JRPGs. Yeah, PS3 used to be good for some of those. There was the Jack and Daxter collection. So if you needed to play, you know, PS2 games on your PS3 and you didn't have the backwards compatible version, they would eventually release like Ratchet and Clank collections and God of War collections. This is so stupid. How you can't even get through the gates because there's these freaking guys in your way. I said I need to jump. I need to jump more. We've already said this, but like I actually need to do it. But yeah, I feel like the Switch has what I want to play generally, and I just haven't made the jump to other consoles. And people, like, you know, want the Switch 2 to come out. I played Another Code Recollection recently, and, you know, as much as I love my Another Code and my Hotel Dusk and all that, I will be the first to admit that, for the most part, Another Code Recollection looked like a freaking GameCube or Wii game. Which, I mean, yo, the Another Code R was a Wii game. Like, if a new Nintendo console comes out, I mean, I guess maybe they'll, you know, the third-party support will be happy. Because, you know, the Nintendo hardware's getting a little outdated to be porting over, you know, a lot of the modern games and stuff. But, you know, Nintendo's games just don't seem to support the idea that they need a better console. Like, well, are you telling me the next generation of Pokemon's gonna look, you know, more modern, with more modern hardware? It'll probably still look like a GameCube game. Like, yeah, enough dissing Pokemon. That's why I'm gonna lose here. No one disses Pokemon and gets away with it. So yeah, what the point I'm trying to make is, if Nintendo releases a new console, their games better look like they belong on a new console, not just freaking GameCube games that could have been on the Switch anyway. Come on! Come on! Oh, this is the worst freaking level. Any thoughts on new Super Lucky Tales? It's a fine platformer. It's pretty, just like, if you're looking for a platformer, it's a platformer. It didn't blow me away in any way, but it also wasn't horrible. And you'll get an Xbox X for these old Rare games, right? Buying a new console so I can play old games on it. Played Sonic Unleashed, Adventure 1, 2, and 4, Episode 2. I liked Sonic Episode 4, 1, and 2. And, but they have problems for sure. But back when that was like the only new Sonic side-scrolling content we were getting, you know, I lived with it. But obviously, like, Sonic Mania and Sonic Superstars are better. And it's funny because there was supposed to be a Sonic 4 Episode 3 as well, and they just kind of cut that off. Then they realized everyone was making fun of it. But I think Episode 2 was an improvement over Episode 1. But the story is that Sonic 4 was originally supposed to be like a mobile game, right? And then Sega, for some reason, said, no, we need to turn this into like the next big Sonic entry. And, you know, thus Sonic 4 was born. Which is why it's such a weird game. Turns out the e-reader levels were done not quite a decade ago. They're not as old as you thought. This June and July will mark 10 years, David Ray. See, that blows my mind. So maybe we'll celebrate this summer by playing through them again. On like Mario Monday or something. But yeah, 3D Dot Game Heroes was probably my most played game on there. I'm trying to think of other games. I platinumed a few games. 3D Dot Game Heroes was one of them. I played Sonic Adventure 2 in HD on the PS3. But again, you know, so many of the games I play on modern consoles are actually just remakes and ports and stuff. Which is funny to think about. Well, I hope you're all having a great night. Thank you so much for watching. As we're playing some pretty crazy NES games here. Who would think that Slalom would be more difficult than Silver Surfer? But here we are. Again, I'm a big shmup guy, so even if, you know, that definitely helps in that regard. Not as much of a racing guy, but again, I've beat Rad Racer 1 and 2. The tough part about this game is just that when you lose a level, you have to replay like all the levels before it. That's what's kind of making this more difficult. We can't consistently try the levels that are giving us trouble. You have to work your way all the way back there before you get another shot at it. And that is kind of extending the length of our play session. Sonic Unleashed is pretty hard. So you have Sonic Unleashed HD version, and then the Sonic Unleashed toned down version. And I've only ever played it on the Wii, because that was what I owned back in the day, before eventually getting my PS3, but by that time I already had it on the Wii. But I would love to play the HD version someday. People say it's a lot better. I don't want to pay $70 for a game, says Christian. Anyone else watch Pete Dorr? I watched him a bit, and then I drifted away from his content a bit. He might also have stopped uploading, but he's kind of come back in my recommendeds again, so I watch his videos every now and then. And yeah, he's been doing a lot of analysis about, the game prices, and it's more worth it to take that $70 and spend it on a retro game or on multiple retro games probably, than just wait for that $70 new game to drop to like $20 in a couple of years or whatever. As long as you're not in like some rush to play it. Oh, and then on top of that, games will have like a special edition where if you pay an extra $40, you can play it like 3 days early or something. The whole gaming landscape is messed up. And yet we can go back and play this for like nothing. And there's not going to be like a microtransactions and all that junk. I have not played the Angry Video Game Nerd games. I've always thought they'd be fun, so maybe I've thought about picking up the combo Switch port of that. Wario Land is so good, Ma KCC. I love the Wario Land games. Back in the day, when I say back in the day, I mean like 2006, I made my very first ever eBay purchase, which was a Virtual Boy that came with 6 games, one of which was Wario Land, because at that point there was no Wario Land Shake It yet. But I 100%ed Wario Land 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I had to play Virtual Boy Wario Land. I had played it on like one of the test units at Toys R Us back when it first came out. I wasn't even old enough at that time to actually play the Virtual Boy. Like, what do they say? You're supposed to be like 7 years old or something? Well, not me. I was playing it like way before. And I turned out somewhat okay. But the point is, I was like, alright, I finally got to get my hands on this and actually play through it. So yeah, my first ever eBay purchase was a Virtual Boy with 6 games. Cost me $60 back in 2006. Had to save up my allowance for weeks to afford that. Had to beg my parents to finally let me buy something off eBay, and we sent in a money order. We didn't pay with credit card. They had to go to the bank, get a money order, mail it to the guy, and then they sent the stuff. Like, oh, what a different time. But yeah, so I love Wario Land so much that I bought a Virtual Boy online just to play it, which is kind of funny. Read a couple things here. Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection for PS3. There's a good one right there. So I grabbed that on Xbox 360 recently for really cheap as well, just for the laughs. Because I know that's a game that on the PS3, it was really easy to get the Platinum Trophy. So I'm like, gotta get that gamer score up. No, I'm kidding. It's just a funny game to have on what was this, level 5 again? On the 360. And I was thinking that maybe we would stream it someday and get the platinum and get all the achievements, and then that would give everyone a good chance to see some old Sega games. Let me know what you think of that. But yeah, otherwise, okay, we gotta beat level 5 freaking finally. Like, not like we've never beaten it, but like this level is just a big spray of obstacles, and it's not the obstacles that are the biggest problem. It's the freaking guys who get in your way while you're trying to dodge the obstacles. Okay, here we go. Usually hitting the flagpole doesn't cause you to do like a total wipeout, which is nice. Again though, Oh, those were the finish pulls right there. That's funny. Like it just had to tease you with that little bit of a slide right to the end. Let me see, everyone. What do we got here? Your Wii U digital game just finished downloading. Dang, you spent a lot of money. Wii U takes so long to download anything. Like when we played some games the other day before the online shutdown, they had to do updates. Like I can't imagine the updates for a Wii U game are going to be that massive. And yet they were taking like 15 minutes. The Wii U servers must be on like freaking Commodore 64 or something. Because yeah, they take way too long. Windows Millennium Edition. My grandparents growing up had Windows Millennium Edition, and it would crash all the time. So the stories that you hear about just how bad it were actually true. And see, growing up, I always thought it was my fault. Like I was making the computer crash, but no, it was just jank. You do own the Angry Video Game Nerd on PC, thanks to one of the itch.io bundles from a few years ago. Cool, YS Bunny. Sonic Dash Endless Runner on Android is pretty hard. When I first got my OG iPhone, my very first ever smartphone, I downloaded some of those kinds of games, like the Bejeweled one and Sonic Dash or whatever, and played them on, for the first few months. I was like, oh my god, I gotta play them every day and get the daily bonus bundle. And thank goodness I'm not addicted to that anymore, but yeah, it gets you. Like, oh man, I can understand how people get sucked in by phone stuff. They really have it down to a science. Yeah, see, when you don't go through the gate, he has to like stop for a second. He like puts the brakes on a little bit. Ugh. But like, it's better to miss a gate and slow down a little than to try and go through a gate and completely wipe out. The end of this track is really nice. You kind of just hold up, and that's it. Let me see. What else we got in the comments here? Blockfrog, wait, you thought the Wii U servers were down. I think you can still re-download any games you'd previously bought, though. You always have to worry about that functionality going away someday, too, right? Remember the early days of your eBay usage, you mailed in cash for your money order to the seller. That's a thing that used to be, right? Like, I remember with a RuneScape membership. I think the first way I ever subscribed to RuneScape was just like cash in the mail. Like it's really funny to think about that now. People used to be afraid to put their credit card online, and honestly with good reason. Like every other freaking day, it's like, whoops, Home Depot's been hacked. There goes all your personal information. Sorry, LOL. These people have like the worst security measures ever. Or even if they do have okay security measures, it's like, they never face any responsibility when all your data just goes out the window. It just like has to be a part of life that we accept now. That like, your stuff's gonna be hacked, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it just sucks. Like even limited run games. Have your qualms with them that you will. They have I was looking at the Rugrats NES game. That looks decent. There's actually been a demo for it recently. I thought maybe we'd play. And, I was considering grabbing that, but they don't take PayPal anymore. It's like, okay, so, PayPal already has all my stuff. That's okay, so then I have to, enter it into each website individually. But now, Limited Run Games doesn't take PayPal anymore. They want, your credit card and stuff individually. It's like, ugh. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too paranoid, but then maybe I'm not. Let's see, what else we got here? Same guy. Oh my god, Andrew, I think Wii U servers were running on Grandma's toaster? Probably. On the toaster and the blender combined. What else we got? Exactly. Princess Peach Showtime is probably your game of the year. It was the game that made you remember why you loved video games in the first place. That's awesome. When we played the demo, we found it pretty good. It left some stuff to be desired. I mean, look at the game we're playing. I like a good challenge like Slalom here. if there was one thing I noticed was missing from Princess Peach, it was that it didn't seem too difficult, and I didn't anticipate it ever becoming too much of a challenge, and from the people I talked to, the difficulty stayed the same about the way through. So if you're just looking for like more of a comfy game, it looked like Princess Peach Showtime was the way to go. But in terms of like, if you want a game that's gonna destroy you, the NES stuff's been doing us well. First mail-in cash money order was for from Shorts. Who remembers those Umbro shorts and how comfy they were? Do I want to know? I don't remember. I played demos of Princess Peach Showtime and Mario vs. Donkey Kong. So far, you prefer Mario vs. Donkey Kong. So I did pick up the Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake, and I think they made some nice improvements to that. Level design wise and such, there's a lot of new content in there that wasn't in the OG. I loved Mario vs. Donkey Kong on the Game Boy Advance back in the day. So to see them finally bring that series back, I thought was really cool. Because I don't understand why the sequel had to be so weird. Like, they went from, it being a platforming game to being a puzzle game where you, like, led the mini Marios around. And I just never understood why they made that change. Like, was anyone asking for the series to change that dramatically? And then there would proceed to be, like, 40 million games of that, mini Mario puzzle variety. And they completely ditched the Mario platforming variety. So to see them finally bring that back, I had to support that. Just like I have to support Thousand Year Door next month. Because I would be a hypocrite to say, oh man, Nintendo needs to bring back the old Paper Mario, and then not buy the old Paper Mario when they finally release it. As much as it is just a remake of a game that I already have on the GameCube. I hope there's like a little bit of new content, but I guess we'll see. Like, has any new content actually been confirmed for the Thousand Year Door remake yet? Like, I'm not saying they have to like change the whole game or something like that, but like a new dungeon or something would be cool. Wow, okay, we had some time to actually spare that time. I can't believe it. The only problem, but they sucked out all the goofiness of the original Mario vs. Donkey Kong, and the e-reader content is gone. Oh, so I haven't beaten it yet. I was really hoping the e-reader content would be in there at some point. Are you telling me they didn't add that in? All right, that game instantly loses like a few points for that then. That's unacceptable that they wouldn't include the e-reader content in the remake. I figured maybe it was like a thing that you unlocked later on, but wow. No, don't do that. See, hitting the gate and doing a bit of flip like that, like at least you don't completely wipe out, but it does slow you down a lot. Still have a minute. Time seems to fly by so fast in this game. So many trees. Okay, we are like right at the end. Come on. Alright, we're finally back to level 7. What was tough about this level again? It's been so long I don't even remember what this level's like. Oh my goodness. To be fair, they didn't include the e-reader levels in the virtual Conte release either. Like, that's so silly. Hot take, you like Mario's mellower attitude in the remake Golden Block. I think Mario, he needs to show some emotion sometimes. I like that he was kind of angry and like actually had some emotion in the Game Boy Advance one. I think it's not healthy to be that like mellow all the time. Like, I can't, like, you know, that's one thing about the Thousand Year Door remake is we're finally going back to a bit of a darker Mario story. It's always so happy and bubbly these days. It's like, oh, Flower Kingdom, hee hee ha ha, wonderful, beautiful, bubbly all the time. It's like, no! Give me dark. Give me, like, freaking, like, you know, like, oh. You know, and then, like, even Mario Odyssey, it's like, it's fine, but, you know, it's like a predictable story, as always. Princess Peach kidnaps Bowser. But then you get some kingdoms, like the Destroyed Kingdom or whatever it was called, and like that was really cool. Like, let's see more things like that in Mario. Okay, but excuse me for a moment here while we proceed to beat this level. Finally. Like, what's the strategy here? Okay, like we got trees. We got snowman again. I need to jump more. I need to jump more. I need to remember to jump. Like, I jumped! Why can't he go over the tree? This is like my least favorite formation, when they do the trees from one side to the other. Okay. Now I remember why level 7 was so tough. They put like a million of these guys around. Maybe we could just like bounce our way to the end by hitting every single obstacle. Is there a practice mode where you can just like play the stage and memorize it and then you can play it later? Oh. Who remembers trading in all your games just to have enough trade-in value for one game you wanted to get them and then regret doing it? A lot of my friends would do that. They would trade in like their 64 to get the GameCube, and they traded on all their GameCube stuff to get the Wii. And you know, they very much regretted it later, you know, especially once that, you know, kind of retro gaming boom started. Because before that, it was very common for people to trade in their old stuff to get the new stuff. But these days, people have really recognized, you know, just how great the old stuff is. Everyone wants that now. But I feel like we're at the end of this. I feel like we're just about done this hill after 2 hours. It's gonna be like a 6-hour stream at this rate. It's all good though, we got time. Okay, so I need to remember level 7 though. It has a lot of funky stuff. I should just try to stay off to the side. See how in this one, being on the side doesn't actually impede your ability to ski all that much? It seems like just later on, arbitrarily, by being off to the side, it slows you down. Mod Nation Racers! That was the game on PS3 where you could like make your own cars and tracks and stuff. Kind of like a counterpart to Little Big Planet, where you could make levels and worlds. Mod Nation Racers was kind of their attempt at a racing game in that vein. And then I think there was eventually Little Big Planet Racer anyway, which is kind of funny. Let me see. Did you know that the lead designer of that game is one of the same creators? I did not, Devin John. You once traded in all your Pokemon games to get an SNES Classic Edition. You wish you hadn't done that, Super Tom brother. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, that's a rough one. The SNES Classic Edition, what was that, 2016? So I think that was before Pokemon prices like really exploded, right? The way you see it, you need to establish the rules in order to break them. You need to establish the happy stuff. To have the dark stuff, the golden block. Oh yeah, we were talking about like Mario in that regard. Yeah, for sure. No, I'm not, but I don't think, like, Nintendo doesn't do anything really dark with Mario anymore, aside from, you know, remakes of older games, where things could be darker. Like, let's look at recent Mario releases. You know, like, you get Odyssey where he goes around the world, like, fair enough. And, you know, the most recent one, Wonder, where they go to the Flower Kingdom. Flower Kingdom reminds me of, like, Pokemon, where they go on about how, oh, there's only 150 Pokemon, and then they just act, you know, so nonchalant about, like, oh, by the way, there's been this Johto region next door all this time, where there's, like, a whole, you know, other 100 Pokemon, LOL. Just weren't telling you about those ones. Flower Kingdom's like, oh, you know, all this time there's been this Flower Kingdom next door to the Mushroom Kingdom? It's so confusing, though, because in Mario 3, like, all the, like, so, does every Mario game take place in the Mushroom Kingdom? Because I think it's even, like, Rogueport is in the Mushroom Kingdom, right? Like, that definitely seems like, you know, you'd be going somewhere else, but I think, in something I read recently, in, like, the opening of Thousand Year Door or something, it makes it sound like Rogueport is part of the Mushroom Kingdom. Like, just how much does the Mushroom Kingdom span? And just how tiny is the Flower Kingdom by comparison? But okay, here we go. Level 4. Again, just imagine if you had to do this whole thing in one go at least. It lets you start from other hills if we manage to beat this one. But yeah, see, jumping. Jumping is key. How do you jump over things? Funny how easy level 4 is, and level 5 is so tough. Mario 3 was a play, Daniel. Isn't that so interesting? And it looks like Mario 4, Mario World, was going to be like a circus thing at one point in the beta stuff. Alright, level 5. Let's be able to, like, consistently beat this one. That sounds good to me. See, like, this level gives you a chance to build up a lot of speed at the beginning, and then it's just so easy to lose it. Why is he slowing down? Like, I don't understand these flags, and what side of them it expects you to be on. Like, I guess I'm doing it the wrong side, but it's not made very clear as someone who doesn't ski. Oh! What have we got here? We got... Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Hope you're having a great night. Hope you're enjoying Slalom. Hope you're not one of these annoying skiers on the hill I keep bumping into. Like, how... That's the worst part about games like this, is, you know, they're always knocking you down. How come I never get to knock them down? Oh my gosh. Let's just let him sit inside the snow for a minute. Okay. Alright, let's regroup. Oh. Level 5 is just the worst. You have Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and Ultimate versus Marvel vs. Capcom 3 on the PS3. So if you have the Ultimate version, is there still any reason to have the non-Ultimate version? Or has the Ultimate version kind of got you covered, like it has everything in it? And that was still the last Marvel vs. Capcom game, right? There was never a Marvel vs. Capcom 4. Street Fighter's up to like, what now, 7? That's another thing. It feels like just yesterday it was a big deal when Street Fighter 4 came out. And now I don't even know what number they're up to. Maybe it's 6. Of course, with Street Fighter, they used to do the whole, like, you know, Turbo Championship Edition, Mega, Omega version thing. You know, re-release the same game. No, not same exactly, but, you know, with different changes and such. You know, a million times before they would move on to the next numbered installment. Do they still do that with Street Fighter? But yeah, just imagine if this game let you continue at the course that you died at. He just dies if he doesn't beat it fast enough. But what a difference it would make in this game. But the way they have it right now, you know, Rareware has never cut you a break, especially on the NES. But even their other games usually give you like a continue or two, like Battletoads or Cobra Triangle or any of the other ones. But no, this game is just outright mean in what it expects of you. At least it has good music though. It's the one saving grace. It has really nice music to listen to. David Wise did a good job on this one. Although, no, regardless of how good it is, we'll probably never want to hear it again once we're done. I mean, oh, some levels are just so easy. Street Fighter and Marvel vs. Capcom update games are usually just roster updates. Some new characters come in, others get buffed or nerfed. Interesting. Have you played Mario 3 Around the World or Mario 4 A Space Odyssey? We played a Mario game recently. What was it called? Like Mario's Galactic Journey? But no, I haven't played those. Are those ROM hacks I should check out? Again, we have a Discord channel where I welcome ROM hack recommendations, so please don't be afraid to put anything in there. If you'd like to do that, check out the Discord. So in this stage, I can still touch the side, and it doesn't seem to slow me down. Look at him glitching out! That's hilarious. Again, level 3 is not difficult, though. It is just kind of interesting seeing what different strategies you can pull off. So you can jump over these guys somewhat consistently with the right amount of speed. It's probably like 100 kilometers you need to jump over them. We are on the wrong side of the trees there, but it works. These are some awesome flips. Why is the game not rewarding you for any of that, Devin? So I think at the end of the level you get freestyle points if you do... Yeah, I mean, that's right. You know, the flips when you hit like an obstacle. Those should count towards points. That'd be nice. See, now I can't touch the sides without it being a bad thing. Why they just arbitrarily decided to change that in level 4, I don't know. Like, you can do tricks in the air like that, but do you want to? It just seems to slow you down a lot. Yeah, like, see, those flips should be counted for something. Oh, that's the end? It really crept up. Alright, everyone. Level 5. Level 5. Let's get comfy here. So, see, 18 seconds of not having to face you know, other skiers. If only that counted for, like, you know, the annoying ones as well. Or does it? Does it? Oh. No, it doesn't. Or maybe that was 18 seconds. Yeah, if we could, like, get rid of these guys for a while, that'd be great. Oh, I didn't even see that coming up because the other guy was in the way. Should have jumped. Okay. It's alright. One flip isn't the big deal. Who's excited for Canary Mary and Banjo-Tooie? Will it be anything like this? Rare and racing doesn't seem to go overly well together. I mean, it's fun enough, but just with their rubber banding and other shenanigans, it's pretty tough. Even though that was like a pretty good run of the level, it still was so short, so close. Hope no rubber banding, Daniel. Oh, Diddy Kong Racing mod KCC. Okay, I love Diddy Kong Racing. That's a great point. I like Diddy Kong Racing more than I like Mario Kart 64. So yeah, great example. Like, why? All right, no more mistakes. That's right, this level is just like non-stop gates that you can't even go through because there's always dudes in your way. Like, they should slow down if they don't go through the gates. Out of my way! Like, that guy ran into me from behind. Why did it hurt me? The gate's so tiny. There's like no way to even fit through it when you're being bumped around. Alright, we still got 40 seconds if we can pull this off like flawlessly. Not like that. Not like that. Crazy. This game is freaking crazy. This feels more like a Sega Master System game than an NES game. Why did Nintendo ever work together with freaking Rare to make games? Why? Why must we be tortured with this? And again, I don't think this was ever released in Japan, so another one of those days where it's like, maybe I should have played the Famicom library, but we've already talked about how then you would have to beat, beat Ghosts and Goblins without the continue code, which honestly, I think I've made it to level 4 or 5 without game overing in that game. It's not as bad as people say. I feel like with some practice, Ghosts and Goblins isn't too bad without having to continue. But this game, you don't even get like, extra lives or anything. I think we're really good with Stage 5 at this point, though. I think once I get back to Stage 5, we'll have no problem with that again. Stage 6, we've gotten lucky before. I guess I just need to not screw up as much. But when the gates are really small on the side, it's like good luck fitting into those without hitting the sides. I still like this game though, despite its difficulty. It's really neat. It's just really hard. Like a couple mistakes and your whole run is ruined. Play Banjo in Diddy Kong Racing. Yeah, I usually play as Diddy. Maybe next time I'll play as Banjo. Do the different racers have different stats in that game? I assume they would. We uploaded the YouTube short the other night. Did anyone see that YouTube short that I put up today? It was from like an interview with a Rareware employee about a really weird moment in Banjo-Tooie. Now we'll see if we can unlock in our playthrough. Although we won't be obsessing over it like we did that cheat that one night. I think it's also pretty fair to say that the next episode of Banjo-Tooie is just going to be the one level plus all the backtracking stuff. I don't think we'll have enough time after Grunty Industries to take on a whole other level. Banjo-Tooie will probably be proceeding like about a level per night at this point. I have no idea how I'm going to do the end though. With you know, like should I do a level and then the final level and then like the final area plus final boss, or I guess it all comes down to how long the last level takes. If Canary Mary ends up taking like 4 hours or not. Alright. Like you finished this level with so much extra time. Why can't every level have that much extra time? But that's great, Super Tom Brother. What did you upload a YouTube short about? I'd be curious. Alright, so total solo bonus, 18 seconds. What's 18 seconds? 122. Let's see if enemies don't show up until 122. But like these guys are showing up. And then at 122, oh, so you really do want to get that solo bonus then. Alright, how do you get more points? That's a great question. How do I accumulate more points? Because the only way I know of doing so is when you go over a bump. You can hold down to do a trick, but not every level even has those bumps, I don't think. I'm not sure that this level had a single bump in it. Miles Luigi, wish you had the Marble Madness plus time from people. Exactly, Miles Luigi, yes. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier too. You know, time should carry over. You're sure it was about how some NES games... Well, hope you're having a great night, Miles Luigi. Thanks for checking out the stream. Some NES games are cheaper on Game Boy, such as Mega Man and Bonk's Adventure. Not the later Mega Man, though. You know, Mega Man 4 and Mega Man 5 on the Game Boy are like hundreds, which is crazy. Another case, just like how like Mega Man 7 on Super Nintendo was so expensive. It's weird. Oh, so I should be trying to get tons of things here, so that in level 5, there's not as many dudes. But if we do too many tricks, you can see it's like really slowing us down. So it's going to be interesting to see like how many, points can we accumulate. Because yeah, not having to deal with these guys on level 5 would be amazing. But now we might not even beat level 4 because I was fooling around too much. All things to consider though. Yeah, only 10 seconds left. That's scary. But maybe this is like the last straightaway? Whoa! 0.70 left. Yeah, of course, Super Tom Brothers. Some, not all. Yeah, very interesting topic, though. I like that topic. Okay, so we're going to have 52 seconds of solo skiing. That's great. So it is worth it to go out of our way to get some points. Yeah, so if enemies don't show up for 50 seconds, wow. See, I was mentioning how, points are really important. Should I be trying to get points in this level, though, for the next level? I mean, it seems like we're already crunched for time enough as it is. See, I never know what side to go on these flags. It's not very clear. Wow, the difference it makes in this level without enemies. And I still screw up. Can't blame the enemies for that. I will blame the controls, though. No. Oh, there they are. My best friends back again. But I mean, the fact that they weren't there for that part is really good. Like that, I think that makes this level a lot easier. So, alright. Level 4, definitely get some points so that you don't have to face as many of these guys as level 5. I just wish that, the level 6 is another one where it's really tough. I mean, I got a couple of points from that. Is this the last stretch? Yeah, huge difference. And I think the 5 seconds that we still have on the clock here get added to the solo bonus for the next level. What do I do, like one trick? How many points do I get for that? 7 points for that one trick? Okay. 12 seconds of no enemies. So finally, 2 hours in, 2.5 hours in, we're starting to develop some strategy here. Which maybe we should have done a little earlier, but that's how it goes. Your favorite snack food is Fritos corn chips. Yeah, any kind of chips are usually pretty good. Yeah, it's like, yeah, what's that? Like 12 seconds of no enemies? It's not going to be enough. And still, I hate these small gates. At least it seems like you can't wipe out completely from hitting a gate. Like, that's so ridiculous. You have to go through the gate, but the guy's butt is like consuming the whole gate area. So what are you supposed to do? Like, yeah, it's much more worth it to just skip the gate and slow down a little bit than it is to try and go through the gate and wipe out completely. Again, though the gates not being required is very welcome. But okay, we got 1 minute and 10 seconds for like the last half of the level. Like, you see that? Like, you're just doing so well, and it's just like, you gotta go through a gate, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, maybe if you could shoot. Could you imagine if this game had, like, a shoot button? Just destroy everyone in front of you on the ski hill. That'd be funny. Oh, man. You're playing Mario Party DS on Wii U while you listen to my stream, Super Tom Brother. I'm happy you're having fun. That was taken out of context, Devin John. Uh-oh. I'm thinking like 3D World Runner style, where you pick up the rocket and you just like blast everything in front of you. For the longest time, I didn't realize that 3D World Runner had power-ups. Because you have to run into like a random post, and then sometimes items come out of it. And it's just so random. But yeah, why is level 6 tripping us up now? Like, we've got level 5 down, so we gotta figure out the next level then. So you get a lot of extra time in level 1 and 2, so that's a good opportunity to get some points, I guess. I'm curious how much all this is going to add up to. Maybe there's a way that we can just like get so much no enemy time that like we never see an enemy again. I wouldn't complain about that. Your favorite Mario Party is the DS one, Christian? That's awesome. I like the theme of that game. Like, everyone's shrunk down, so all the maps are based around things like that. So, look at that. Okay, we're gonna have over a minute of no enemy time in level 2. 69 seconds of no enemy time. But, like, level 2's easy anyway. So we could have done a trick on the side there. Man, imagine if the whole game didn't have enemies, how easy it would be. Like, this is just so nice and peaceful. Well, I wanted to go up those and do tricks. Yeah, there's not much trick place in this level. Here come the enemies. Like, there was finally some on the side. But when they're coming up from far away, you can't like really tell what they are until you're right on top of them. Okay. Favorite Mario Party is the original trilogy on N64 mod, KCC, but you always thought Sonic Shuffle was better and you think you're the only one. That's an interesting opinion for sure. I've played Sonic Shuffle a few times. Like, I've tried to play it, and I just can't get into it. Maybe if I had, like, you know, someone to play it with who was, like, also really into it, you know, it would kind of, you know, it'd be contagious in that way. But just playing it on my own, I've never quite clicked with Sonic Shuffle. I agree though, the original N64 trilogy is my favorite Mario Party stuff as well. Oh no. I still don't know what determines if when you hit something you fall or not. Like, is it just random? Or is there a consistent way to tell, I wonder? Oh. See, in this level, every single time we take a hit, we're falling. Remember a world without these enemies on the screen? What a difference that made. Good, great, awesome, outstanding, amazing, says Devin. That sounds like pulling off tricks in like Sonic Adventure. I know there's another game though, where you pull off tricks and I think it actually like verbally says those words. Alright, here we go. So in level 4, we want to get a whole bunch of points so that level 5 is easier. Well, I'm trying to go off the bumps. It's so inconsistent. Like, sometimes you touch the bumps and you go off them, and sometimes you don't. See, from far away, I thought that was a bump. Oh. Fritz the Cat Maw KCC. No, I'm not familiar with that one. And you remember when Bowser would divide your coins equally? Super Tom Brother. I think we've called it Bowser's Communism a couple times as well. That's Bowser's Revolution. So you can make a few jokes there for sure. But yes, Tom Casey. Yes, Super Tom Brothers. All right, let's do this thing. But yeah, I definitely want to have another Mario Party night soon. So keep an eye out in the Discord for that. Probably on like a Friday night. People like Friday night streams, I know. So perhaps we'll try and do that soon. I want to do a night where we play a map from Mario Party 1, a map from Mario Party 2, and a map from Mario Party 3. Oh no, just in time with these guys. Like, the fact that they have to get right in front of you as well. They can't just kind of do their own thing. They purposely try to get in your way. Which, I mean, makes them a good video game enemy, but it doesn't mean I like them. So this is level 5, right? So that means we might actually get some, like, no enemy time in the next level, which is kind of cool. Alright, we're going into level 6 with no enemy time. Oh, Ma KCC. Okay, well that explains a lot. Okay, so we have like 40 seconds of no enemies. Which means hopefully we can get like a nice head start here. Well, here they come to ruin our day. Of course. And it's not like it's just one. It has to be like 40 of them at the same time. See, like, I see those bumps on the side. But it's not worth trying to go over them. Like, that was a pretty good one, actually. To prepare for the next level. Go away. Okay, come on. Look at that. We're like right at the end. Finally got another clear on level 6. Enemies, they're just competitors in the sportsman competition, True Seed. They are knocking me off my skis. They don't ever fall down. They're clearly more than just competitors. They have it out for me. Well, that was a good, like, 3 seconds of no enemy time for this level. Oh, I thought I jumped. Okay. Well... Like, what is the pattern of the enemies here? Like, they kind of go from, like, one side, and back to the left again. Right, so far, we're not doing too bad. Let's just get to level 8 so we can actually try level 8. Like, just when you think you're doing good, they introduce, you know, another enemy in front of you here. I'm curious what the best strategy is to get around those moving guys. Nope. Alright, 20 seconds. Not even close. I mean, I think it's the closest we've gotten, but... Ugh. It's like Adult Swim before Adult Swim. You can at least skip the first level. I mean, it lets you skip to any of the different mountains, because that's the thing. There's 3 different mountains with 8 courses each. This is only the first mountain still. So yeah, we have a bit of a ways to go. Anyway, I'm just trying to get some points for the next level. But now I can understand why people don't talk about this game too much. Most people probably play it for like a couple of minutes, and then they get destroyed by these guys and they put it back down. Even with all those tricks, like, you can still beat the first level so easily. But this is what you wanted back in the day, right? Like, if you bought this for your Nintendo Entertainment System, you wanted a game that was going to keep you busy, that was going to challenge you. It's amazing. You read back Nintendo Power or anything, you know, people wanted challenging games. A challenging game was seen as a good game. Complete parallel to today, where it's like, you know, challenge is the last thing. It sounds like a game should be. But, you know, boxes would boast about just how challenging their game was, or you read in the manual about how it was the most challenging installment of a series yet. And a complete contrast to today. So this is exactly the kind of thing that people wanted, and honestly, it's keeping us busy. And I like this game a lot. The hack is on Quack. Mario 3 Around the World and Mario 4 Space Odyssey are both bootleg Mario games made by BMB for Sega Genesis. Oh, I did not know that. The only Mario I've played on the Sega Genesis were in 2017. When I went to the Midwest Gaming Classic, which I think the most recent one was just held there recently. I bought... Oh, I don't know why I thought that was going to be a hill I could go off of. Like, from far away, it's hard to tell exactly what you're coming up on. I bought Mario 1 for the Sega Genesis. We actually played that back in the day. There was a glitch where I jumped on a springboard, and I got stuck, like, inside the springboard, and we had to reset the game. So the Sega Genesis port was not flawless. It had some problems. 2017 Midwest Gaming Classic was, of course, also where I got to hold with my own hands the Super Nintendo Sony CD add-on, which is pretty cool. Where is that these days? Did the original people who found it ever end up, like, selling it? I imagine it'd probably go for quite a bit. Because what they originally did after they found it was, like, they toured around. It's like different conventions and stuff, and people got to see it. Luigi, yeah, they held a Eclipse weekend, the one weekend you wouldn't be able to attend without some really tight traveling plans. Yeah, Luigi, of course, but always something to consider for the future. Also just noticed something, you can take the flags. If you get close, Devin John, you can take the flags? Like here? The only thing these posts seem to do is bring me misery. But yeah, this is level 4 now, so we want to hit some slopes to get some points for level 5. But look how much you slow down the more you hit the bumps. Okay, we actually need to kind of start playing the level. I'm probably gonna die on freaking level 4 now, because I've been spending too much time trying to get points. Like, it's just the balance between doing that. Yeah, okay. So, I obviously went a little bit overboard. Oh. You consider Waluigi and Ruigi to be canon names for those characters. True Seed. This game looks pretty hard, then again, you're not much of a sports guy, Super Tom Brother. It's not a genre I play too much of either, but again, like, I've beat, you know, the 2 Rad Racer games, but their saving grace is that you continue on, like, the level that you lost at. So you can really just kind of keep practicing it, where in this game, you have to do a set of 8 levels without dying. And that's a pretty high demand, honestly. Maybe I should pull up the instruction manual, read it one more time, just in case there's like a super special trick I'm missing that would really help us out. Let me see what I can do in between levels here. Yeah, the Waluigi is like the most clever name in the universe if you understand, you know, the Japanese significance there. Where Wadui is bad, evil, And then you have Luigi, so you put the two words together, and it's like evil. Like it's so genius. But like I remember the first time I heard that name as a kid, I'm like, what the heck is a Waluigi? What idiot came up with that name? But no, it's actually really clever. And of course, Waluigi is kind of appearing out of nowhere in Mario Tennis for 64. You know, Wario gets like this grand debut as the villain of Mario Land 2. Waluigi is just such a side thought. It's sad. Like, I think he has a lot of potential. You know, people want to see him in more games. I think a Mario game where like Wario and Waluigi are the bad guys would be really cool. But they just don't want to do anything with Wario anymore. He's just been sequestered to like, you know, sports game character. After he had such a good run in the early days where you get like Mario versus Wario and, you know, all that kind of stuff. You always thought Waluigi was a combo of Wario and Luigi. Did everyone see Wa Peach a little while back? Who was a potential character, I think, in, was it in the 64 or the GameCube Mario Tennis? They were considering putting a Wa Peach in there. And then there's like her model and stuff. You can go see that, which is pretty interesting. Alright, so this level we do this. So if you hold A, you keep jumping. But I notice our speed goes down significantly. But is it better to jump constantly than it is to run into enemies and, you know, flip? Like, what's the trade-off there? See, I like these levels because you can touch the gray sides and you don't slow down. Wait, what does B do? Oh, B and A do the same thing? Question mark? They do seem to. Watch, it turns out there is an attack in this game after all that. I could have been taking these guys down this whole time. Like, let's see, where's the manual here? So A and B used to jump, so it's... Oh, whoa, no! Those two guys passed me, even though I should have a little bit of time of knowing these, right? Maybe not? That's right, so we're trying to build some points up in level 4, but not too many points that we end up, you know, losing. Look at all these consecutive jumps we're getting. But remember, you can't overdo it. As tempting as it is, I mean, that's probably it. Like, stop giving me bumps to jump over. I can't help myself. I'm addicted now. Come on, keep going. Keep going. Just a little too much. This game is like NES's Dirty Little Secret, says True Seed, right? The AVGN really needs to hire me. Stop reviewing good games like freaking Goonies 2. I could make an awesome review of this right now. And people would laugh so hard. But instead, he's decided that he's gonna review good games and like pretend they're bad. I mean, yeah, Goonies 2 is not perfect, but Like, imagine how funny a review about this game could be. I bet there's some really funny jokes you can make about it. And like I mentioned, we were talking about AVGN in the previous video as well. Like, if you look at the Atari 5200 review, he doesn't even play a single Atari 5200 game in that review. And yet it's one of my favorite videos of his. It is just so funny, the comedy that he gets in there. But yeah. What do we got here? If you read this comment first, look at the comment above it. That's what happens in most BMB games. Anyway, probably suppressed this game because of the butt suit, says True Seed. Apparently Nintendo went back to Brooklyn in the Mario movie. Thought the reboot in Yoshi's Island was canon, says Super Tom Brother. Yeah, Mario and Mario Brothers being in Brooklyn was always more of a TV show thing, like the Super Mario Brothers Super Show and Super Mario Brothers 3 show. I don't even think they put show at the end of that one. It's just called Super Mario Brothers 3. Maybe there's show at the end. But yeah, that was always more, you know, Mario and Luigi being in Brooklyn for whatever reason. And finding the pipe that led them to the Mushroom Kingdom. Where, like you said, you know, in Yoshi's Island, that kind of became the canon after a while. So exactly what they're doing now, who the heck knows? I mean, we all saw what happened at the end of the Mario movie. I think you had to, like, stay for the credits. So there, that kind of throws the Yoshi's Island thing out the window. But that's the only detail I'm going to go into, though, don't worry. I know some people still haven't seen it, so that's interesting. But yeah, make sure you watch the credits. It's always funny when you go to a movie. It's like, I'm not in a rush to get out and, you know, tussle with the crowd after a movie, so I don't mind sitting down for a couple seconds and seeing if anything comes up after the credits. And a lot of times it does these days. So you just have to think like, oh, all those people who left don't get to see this now, I guess. It is kind of a sneaky way, though, to make you sit there and look at all these names you don't know. Do you get into Scooby-Doo, Ma KCC? I enjoyed Scooby-Doo back in the day. And Scooby-Doo had some fun video games. There was the Game Boy Color one, which was kind of like a mystery adventure game, where you get to explore this mansion and stuff and find clues and, you know, solve a mystery, like an adventure game, essentially. Not point and click, though. You actually, like, walk around with the characters. Kind of like Ace Attorney Investigation style. I don't know why that's the one game that comes to my mind to use as a comparison, but, you know, kind of like that. Then you had Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase on PlayStation 1. As a platformer, and I really enjoyed that one. And then you had Scooby-Doo Night of, was it Night of 100 Frights? No, the GameCube one. It was kind of like open world Metroidvania-ish, where, like, you know, the map, there's a map and it all connects and stuff. Like, that was a fun one too. So there were some great Scooby-Doo games back in the day. Yeah, this is only level 3. We haven't even seen level 8 yet. If we somehow someday manage to beat level 7. Let me see here. This game is cute for a lack of a dude butt in your life. The Super Tom Brother. Oh, this game is The Cure. Oh, I see, Super Tom. Okay. The two Mario Genesis games are very, very weird. Mario, look back over at that in a second here. Who remembers Bob Sled Run from Mario Party? I don't know why this is suddenly giving me vibes of that. Mario Party, like the Mario Party 2, had a lot of games that took place in an icy setting. There was that like one penguin relay race, which was really weird. The N64 Mario games have a strange obsession with turning the characters into like different animals, penguins or fish or whatever. I don't think that happened as much in later Mario Party games. That was a nice jump. Alright, is that it? See, that time I was too fast. When every other time I've died because we didn't have enough time. Spent too much time on the jumps. How come you can show an animated butt but not a real butt on TV? I mean, he's not naked. Did I get into Beavis and Butthead? I had friends who were into Beavis and Butthead, so I talk about sleepovers where we'd watch, we'd play the Xbox 360 back in the Blades dashboard days. Well, we'd watch Beavis and Butthead sometimes too. Like when they try to photocopy the money and use it. Like, there's funny moments like that. So I can laugh at some Beavis and Butthead moments, but I won't. It's not like Simpsons where I can relate to most things. But like I've seen some episodes and they were always good. No, there's no excuse. There's not even any dudes in my way. No. Like, you don't understand the controls. You don't. It's not like if you press left, you just move to the left nicely a little bit. Like, you have to go, like, it's like a big jump to the left. I don't get why they made the controls the way they did. Like, it feels like you're always, like, you always move too much. So you're always trying to correct, like, the weird jumps that your character will do in different directions. I don't need points, though. I just need to actually, like, beat this level. No, no, no. Oh. Diarrhea. Crystal Cruise. What is crystal about this cruise? I don't get it. The new Beavis and Butthead seasons have some really funny stuff. Isn't King of the Hill also supposed to be coming back? But I think one of the voice actors just died, right? It's kind of like Star Wars, they waited so freaking long to finally make new ones, and then, Leia. Futurama's still going, though. I can't believe they keep bringing Futurama back. Like, they keep giving Futurama what feels like a proper ending, and then they have to keep coming back from the ending that they make. How many times has it been brought back now? Like 40? Like, so many shows never end up getting a proper ending. They get canceled or whatever. And Futurama, they keep trying to do a good job of giving it some sort of conclusive ending, and then they have to keep retconning it. It's so dumb. How long have we been streaming, Christian? Over 3 hours now, and we've made 0 progress. This whole game is like, I hope you enjoy replaying the, everything after you make one mistake. At least you don't have to beat all the levels in a row. Just 8 of them at a time, because that makes it so much better. Like, they could have given you a continue or something. Like, even Silver Surfer gives you continues. I never want to hear anyone say that Silver Surfer is a freaking difficult NES game again. 90 minutes and that game was done. Slalom, 90 hours. Of course, though, it's a Rareware game, so I knew what we were getting into. It just shows you right from the very beginning, they were making freaking difficult games. Ugh. Futurama, I feel, is overrated, but I enjoy it now, but at the same time, ATF was way better. Yeah, early Futurama, I feel like, is pretty on par with Simpsons, some of the episodes. I really like early Futurama. I haven't seen, like, they keep bringing it back. I haven't seen all the newer episodes or anything. But I mean, it makes sense, you know, like Futurama, you can definitely, like, it's funny because at the point when people start to say Simpsons golden years were over, a lot of those writers ended up going over the Futurama, so I find, you know, some of the jokes in that pretty funny. And it's like, oh, you know, that could have been like a Simpsons joke. Look at that jump. See, I need to jump more. I don't jump nearly enough. You can't do a trick in the air when you jump, right? Imagine all the extra points you could get. No. Nice landing, though. Slalom in 2024, woo! Says, F-Fame, welcome! Hope you're having a great night. Thanks for checking out the stream. Decol looks pretty decent for NES. Yes, this is a really, really, really fun game, but it is difficult. You have to beat I always want to say tracks. This game reminds me so much of Rad Racer. 8 hills, 8 courses, that's the word we decided on, in a row, without losing, or else you have to do them all over again. And a couple mistakes, and you're done. You know, guy comes up behind, hits me, and I wipe out for some reason? Yeah, hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for sticking around and watching the stream. Hope you're all doing well. So, if you know about Slalom, do you have any tips? Are you like the Slalom master? Because I will take any tips at this point. Yeah, this is a kid. That's awesome. It's not a game you hear people talk about, like, at all. After the stream is over, will you never see a Slalom stream again? Yeah, I might be the last person to ever play this. I also know I can pause the stream to reach out. Oh yeah, I've been doing that here and there. Alright, level 5, here we go. Like, should I be trying to get points? Like, I feel like it's just, yeah, it's just asking for trouble. But it's so tempting. I want points. Here they come. Here come the bums. We had some really good speed built up there. I've told you I hate these diagonal trees, but like at least they're predictable, but... Okay, that was a really good run of level 5. Freestyle points do nothing, guess you should say that. So what we've noticed the freestyle points do is they convert into solo bonus, and the solo bonus is really important because that prevents enemies from showing up for 27 seconds now on the next level, and the enemies are the worst part of this game. So the longer you can have no enemies coming and ruining your day, the better. And this level has some really tight kind of gates at the beginning, so not having to fight to go through those is really nice. But still, I still hate trying to enter these. Oh my gosh. So the freestyle points do have some use, but it's not easy accumulating them, and sometimes you like trying to get those will just mess you up. Yeah, we've slowly been kind of developing a strategy, but it doesn't mean it's been that easy still. Like, look at the speed we've got. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know how we talk about shmups and how the trick to a shmup is to never die. Well, the trick to this game is to get speed and just never, ever, ever, ever run into freaking anything. But when you're going so fast, you don't even have time to react to things showing up. Staying on the outside during this tree part seems like a really good idea. Look at how much time we just finished level 6 with! That was a really good run somehow. This is like trying not to run into things in Race the Sun. Okay, so look at that. Okay, so we have 17 seconds in level 7, where guys won't be bothering. A sick run, no knockdowns. Wow. Don't expect that to ever happen again. Now, I know this level really sucks. Unfortunately, the no enemy time doesn't stop like these little guys from showing up. Not these things. Oh, they're already showing up again. What? I mean, I landed on top of him. He should be the one who's dead. Well, like I said, don't expect there to ever be another run with no knockdowns. Yeah, you really need the speed to get through here consistently. Yeah, level 7 has just been our Achilles heel for a while, and the problem with this game being that there's no chance to like practice levels, because if you die, you have to play the whole set again. You can't just like play this one to get a feel for it. Alright, I'm jumping. I'm never gonna stop jumping. Okay. Well, I mean, that could have been worse. What do we got? 30 seconds? For, you know, a bit of the level left? Does the pause trick work in this game if we just like pause repeatedly? Close. Close. Oh, a little less screwing up in the middle there. Pause to read this time, Devin. No, you have the most coins of Bowser said you're screwed, Super Tom brother. So at 158 enemies pop up. Yeah, exactly. So that's why the freestyle points are important, is it prevents enemies from showing up until a little bit later. And that's really good for getting, you know, some speed built up at the beginning of the race. But once they start showing up, I'm just awful. I just can't. Those guys, like, and then like 3 of them at once. How are you supposed to deal with that? But see, in a level like this one, you have a lot of extra time. So that means you really want to be racking up the freestyle points. Oh, he pushed me out of the way from the jump. But see, if you go too overboard with the freestyle points, you'll also run out of time, which is kind of funny too. So you have to find like a balance, but level 1 is so short that you have a lot of time to do this. And another way that you get points is by beating the level quickly. So it's like, you know, you gotta balance the speed with the points, with the style. See, even with all the tricks we did, we still finished with like 15 seconds. Close but no cigar, ma KCC. My grandfather used to run the game where like you hit the thing with the hammer and it goes up and hit the bell. And that's where the saying came from. Is like it literally hit the bell to win a cigar. So if you didn't hit the bell, it was close but no cigar. Things you'll never hear again today. But we're working on this. I feel like we're getting better at this game. 3 hours in, we're finally learning how to play. Smooth sailing from here, everyone. So like, yeah, 79 seconds of no enemies is really nice. Like, let's see the speed we can build up with that. You should get bonus points for going in all the things. It's like, you don't have to go through the gates, but you slow down if you don't. And then, yeah. You know, they make them really thin, so you hit the post. Oh, there they go. Finally showing up. 79 seconds later. Just in time for us to finish the level. Luigi, there's 3 mountains you said. This might be a game genie to practice game. Yeah, there's probably are cheats to like go right to certain levels, but... What if you try to get 99 points? Gotta go. Bye, Devin. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it'd be cool if like you exceeded 99 and the game broke and the enemies like never showed up. But yeah, these guys again. Yeah, any level that has them I don't like. But if we can consistently get back to level 7 and keep practicing it, that would be great. And again, you know, when you have speed built up, the enemies aren't as big of a deal, but like once you slow down, trying to get your speed back while the enemies are pushing you around is not easy. And no ramps in this level to get any kind of style points either. What mountain are we on, Christian? You don't want to know. It's still the first one. If you're trying to play through every NES game you own in alphabetical order, yeah, that's what we've been doing. Again, Silver Surfer was not even as difficult as this game, but I'm pretty good at shmups, I like to think. Where this genre is not one I play too often. But still, I think this one's pretty brutal compared to some other ones. Like, I think I've done pretty okay. But just not good enough. And these bumps, like, I wish it was more consistent jumping off them. Because we definitely don't want to have enemies at the beginning of the next level. Alright, we better hurry now. Come on, keep going. Keep going. Not even close. See, that's the problem. If you try to get too much style points, then you lose even the easier levels. Ah. You remember Mount Nasty being exactly what the name implies. I don't even want to think about it. we're still on Snowy Hill. Spend too long on the jumping, you think. Yeah, exactly, that's what happened there. Because again, it's so important to not have enemies show up in level 5 that you really want to get as many points as you can in level 4. But sometimes I overdo it a little. Whoops. Again, you get so much time in level 1. You can just go off jumps as much as you want and it doesn't even matter. The Bloodborne of ski games. Do you own all the games on the NES? If not, what am I missing? I'm missing Flintstones 2, Panic Restaurant, Little Samson, and Stadium Events. Just those 4. Stadium Events is like crazy these days. The other 3 are all Taito games. I don't know what it was with Taito, and only releasing like 2 of each of their later NES games. But yeah, they're unfortunately all pretty expensive now. Bubble Bobble 2 is another expensive one. Yeah. But otherwise, yeah, got them all. You know, back in the day, it's funny, you know, I would just collect NES games and have fun with it. And I never anticipated the prices exploding to what they are now, where if I knew, you know, I would have bought the more expensive ones first, and then the cheaper ones have always stayed, you know, kind of cheap. Sure, they've gone up a little bit, but not like, you know, Little Samson and all that. Which is why I always tell people, if there's a console you want to collect for now, like the Wii or the Wii U, I know Devil's Third is already like a few $100, but buy it now. It will be thousands in a couple of years. Maybe. Because you know, the Wii U's day is coming. It didn't sell that well. And in 10 years, a lot of people are going to be really nostalgic for it. And the games are going to explode. Just like they have with all the other consoles. What are some of the other expensive Wii U games? I know Turbo, like the freaking movie with the snail. Isn't that like one of the most expensive Wii U games? I don't get why that didn't sell anything. Oh, World Championship NES Super Tom Brother? Well, that's not technically considered in the library because it was never retail. So no, I unfortunately don't own either the gold or the gray card of that, but I do have the reproduction. But no, I mean, obviously I don't count that as the same. I don't even know if they sell those reproductions anymore, though. So, I mean, it's kind of cool to have my hands on that. We did a look at that a few years back. I unboxed it and everything. Talked about it a little bit. And Rich Ambler from the Nintendo World Championships first runner-up actually got in touch with me as a result of that video, which is pretty cool. We had the chance to talk a bit. And there's actually an interview with him on my channel, if you want to hear more about that contest. I looked up at the time. It was just enough to hit one of those dudes. You have no ability to look at anything else while you're skiing, which is, I mean, it's a kind of like anything, you know, just like real life. Don't take your eyes off the road or whatever. Another comparison to like Rad Racer, but all right. I noticed that the your max speed is different depending on the level. Like, see, we max it kind of like 130-ish. Where in other levels, we go up to like 170-something. Didn't NES Punk play in... I don't think he was in the World Championships. I know he owns both carts, though. That's what you would have done, Ma KCC. Buy 10 copies of insert games. You just counted and you have 102 digital games on your Wii U. Most of them are Virtual Console. I mean, the Wii U was really neat. Again, though, just... I bought a lot of games on the Wii, like a lot of virtual console games on the Wii, assuming that every time a new Nintendo console came out, you would just be able to transfer them over, right? But once that became evident with the Wii U, that every time a new Nintendo console came out, you're going to be buying all the games again, I did not participate nearly as much in Wii U Virtual Console or 3DS Virtual Console. Sure, I bought a few things in that stream that we did where it closed down. But yeah, Nintendo I don't think handled the whole digital purchasing thing correctly. And like on the Wii U, it's like if you bought a game on the Wii, you could buy it again on the Wii U for like a discounted price. Like that's so silly. Or it's like, you know, if I bought an NES game on the Wii, you should just be able to play it on the Wii U then, on the 3DS then, but they did not handle that correctly as far as I'm concerned. Okay, come on, let's go, let's go. This is the last stretch, we got it. Alright, perfect. You never seen that movie, Turbo? Heard mainly mixed reviews, mostly negative, unfortunately. I guess that's why the game didn't sell so well. Twilight Princess HD! Isn't that already getting like a little bit expensive? I always wanted the Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD to come to the Switch. It was like a bundle, like, you know, bundle them together. I don't think Nintendo has bundled Zelda games since like the collector's thing on what's it called, on the GameCube. They only came with like special bundles of the GameCube. But alright, let's see. Level 5. Oh, the dudes are really taking a long time to show up this time. Again, trying to get some points in this level so that we hopefully have to face less dudes in the next level. That did really well for our ability to beat the last, you know, level 6 without any hits. But level 7 was just too formidable. What? Okay. Come on, we can do this. No, it's like the last stretch too. Oh, oh man. Epic Mickey I did beat on the Wii. I know that there's the remake coming out of it. I never played the second one. I know there was supposed to be a third one that never got released. Wii Virtual Console games transferred to Wii U for free. You just had to... That's true. That's true. Okay, how does this level start again? There's like the little sleds, right? That end up showing up. Oh no, that's level 7 I'm thinking of. Level 6 is... a little different. Oh. I know last time we did level 6 I didn't even pass out once or mess up. Wipeout, that's the word. Oh, he pushed me right into that tree. Okay, we got a minute left, and we are over halfway, so I feel good about that. Like, these two guys are just, like, there the whole time, and there's nothing I can do to get rid of them. Okay, we're really close. This last part's really tough. because of all these trees in the center, so you kind of have to hug the outside. I think this is the final stretch. Yeah, okay, I've got level 6 pretty down, it looks like. I was gonna laugh if I messed up at like that last turn. Oh. It was done a bit clunky. Why couldn't your virtual console games just be all in the same menu? Right, Super Tom, brother? Yeah, exactly. Just in the nick of time, KCC, yes. Game plays a sound when the opponents are about to show up. Let's see if we can hear that. Well, I mean, they're already here, so... All the jumping I did, I still managed to hit one of them somehow. I forgot that they came back. Thought that was it. See, I notice I'm not, like, wiping out completely sometimes. Like, what determines if you do or not? I wish I knew. Or is it all luck? Huh. Oof. Whoa, our first time beating level 7, everyone. Why couldn't it just be 7 levels? Why does it have to be 8? You're tempted to fetch the manual. Look at this, everyone. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Great start. Don't bump me like that! I don't need points anymore. This is the last level. No! Like, they're even more aggressive than ever. Like, bumps aren't even the worst obstacle. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be. These flags don't even make any sense. Oh my god, I think we did it! I think we finally beat the first mountain, everyone! Like, why was the last track so easy? Fierce Deity, thank you! Thank you. Okay, so see, now we're on Steep Peak, so we can continue from here anytime. You all saw proof that I beat the first one, so let's see. Does Steep Peak, pick up in difficulty where the last level left off, or maybe it eases us into the second mountain a little bit? Oh, man. Okay, so one mountain down. It only took like 40 hours. That was crazy. Like, it's a really fun game, but it is just unforgiving as heck. And then it doesn't look like the difficulty goes down any. It's just like literally, hey, level 9, enjoy. It only gets more difficult. But what a freaking game. Like, it's really fun, but just, it's Rareware difficulty. You know, we talk about Konami difficulty and such on the NES. Rareware needs to be discussed more in that. They made some of the toughest games, for sure. I mean, everyone knows Battletoads, but there's so much more. So much more than that. You know, Cobra Triangle, Marble Madness. Captain Skyhawk was like a surprisingly easy Rareware game. No one ever talks about that one. There's not much reason to, I guess. No, go around the tree. I'll have to catch up with the chat in a second. Okay, this level looks like they put a lot of trees in the middle, because why wouldn't you want that? Wow. Wow. Chief Cola, ahoy! Welcome. Welcome to the Winter Zone. GGGGG, Christian. Well, you seem to be starting on the 7th run. There you go. That's our steep, our first 8 levels there. We did them all. I'll do it for real this time. Wait, where's my name even? Oh, was that Steep Peak? It's on the other one. Ugh. NES Jeopardy is hard, Chief Cola. Yeah, those are all rare games. Wheel of Fortune and all that. Why is it showing this? It's kind of weird. But yeah, congrats. Thank you. Thank you, Ephraim. 225. Mock ACC. Phew. That was like a victory lap. You seem to be starting. Yeah, so now. See, now we can go to right the Steep Peak to get back to that level again. I think, anyway. I think that's how this works. Maybe? Question mark? I'm not sure how much more we're gonna play tonight. I think my brain needs a break after all that. Yeah, how exactly this works, I don't know. I have no clue. Or is that it? Like, by beating 8 tracks... This doesn't look exactly like the last level we played, was it? I think that level had more of a timer to it. I have no clue. I have no clue how this works. I guess I need to look at... Oh, couldn't just be simple, right? No, like, that's not the level we were just playing. So what the heck is this Steep Peak crap, then? RC Pro-Am, yeah, another Rareware game. You're too legit to quit, Trucy. No, I think we're gonna wrap up here in just a second, because we have been playing for 4 hours. Clearly, I need to look up how this game even works. It's not as straightforward as it seemed. But yeah, Slalom is a fun game. Like, Rareware games are always fun, but they're really challenging. And honestly, that's what I'm looking for, is a challenge in my games, so I don't even mind. Hey, what's this track then? This isn't something we see. I don't know. I don't understand how this game does its thing. We'll try Mount Nasty just for a laugh after this. When this goes down, however it does, we'll try Mount Nasty, and we'll probably wrap up for the night at that point. But I beat 8 tracks in a row, so there's that. Hey, this is easy. Huh. The guy looks in so much pain at the end. You prefer Adventures in Magic Kingdom over Mickey Mousecapade, Chief Cola. I wasn't the biggest Adventures in the Magic Kingdom fan. Mickey's Mousecapade was okay. Never quit True Seed. You know what game is underrated on... Oh, Super Tom Raider, Mickey's Mousecapade. Let us know in the Discord how this game works, says Christian. Yeah, I will. If you haven't joined the Discord down there, I also post when I'm going to be streaming and such. Mondays and Thursdays are pretty much guaranteed at 9 p.m. Eastern. We do some different things like Mario ROM hacks, and we'll be doing Banjo-Kazooie again on Thursday. But NES games can kind of pop up at any time. So check that out. Yeah, this is looking a lot like what we did previously, so I'm confused. I'm confused by how this game works. Like, why does starting at Steep Peak just look like it's the levels from the first world? Like, right? Like, that's what it looked. Maybe I clicked the wrong thing? It's possible I clicked the wrong thing. We'll know if we're playing the same levels again, if level 5 is called, like, Crystal Crush or whatever it was called. Wii Sports! Yeah, who remembers Wii Sports and Wii Sport Resort? That was a cool game. Flying around the island was always fun. Which is harder, Contra, Hardcore, or this game, KCC? Well, so far, this game's been pretty rough, so... The Whoosh. Does the game loop Super Tom Brother? It seems like it might? Question mark? But like, this is definitely the thing we were doing before, right? So I must have clicked the wrong thing. Or maybe it's a little different. Now let's see what the next level's called. That will tell a lot. You thought it was over after 8 levels, Joseph? Yeah, I have no clue. Gotta say, I find these to be some of Rare's least appealing graphics until they came out with Donkey Kong 64 10 years later. You didn't like Donkey Kong 64 graphics? I like Donkey Kong 64, but... See, like, high octane, like, that's not something we saw before. But yeah, I think we've pretty much seen what this game has to... No, so this is a little bit different. Yeah, this is definitely not what level 5 looked like on the other hills, so... Looks like there's a little bit of cleanup I might have to do, but for the most part, I think we've had fun with Slalom for tonight. We all need to rest our eyes, because that's pretty much what I've been doing, right? I've just been kind of staring at this white screen for 4 hours now. And it's been fun, but yeah. Don't overdo it. It should be like the Virtual Boy. It should force you to go outside and play baseball or something every 20 minutes. Does anyone remember that feature in Virtual Boy games where literally, I think it was like if you only played... No, was it if you played for an hour? Or it might have even just been as short as 20 minutes. It would bring up this warning to like go do something else. To not like ruin your eyes. It was always good for a laugh. I never understand when there's just one flag. It's like it wants you to be on one side of it, but it doesn't make... Oh, I guess the side with the flag is the side it wants you to be on. Interesting. Okay. Slalom next week, Daniel? No, I think I'm done streaming Slalom. Definitely want to play some other stuff, too. Rock and roll. I don't get why this hill seems easier than the first one. Did I do them out of order? Like, there's no way that steep peak is easier than the other one. There's why are these levels so much simpler than the ones that we just previously did? I'm curious. Maybe they glitched. Maybe that other level I did was like the first one of Mount Nasty. Maybe that's what happened. Okay, let's just see what we can do with this still. Again, the music never got old though, I'll give it that. The music always was great in this game. And you know, again, for those who weren't here when I mentioned it previously, David Wise, who made the music for Donkey Kong Country, made this and the songs for many other NES games as well. Even the horrible ones like Beetlejuice, but you know, the music's okay because David Wise did it. Interesting. Ugh. Alright, we're almost there. We should be able to do this. Come on, come on, come on! Yes! What is a slalom? Isn't it just like a ski hill? Or isn't it, you know, like bobsled? Like, you know, like a thing you slide down. Cool, what? Hey, I've been staying hydrated. I remember to drink my water. Unless you mean the guy, like, on the stream. Has everyone gotten enough of seeing this guy's butt yet? Uh-oh. Come on, don't wipe out. No! Okay, come on, we can still catch up. We can still do this. Don't wipe out on these guys. Oh shit, well that's gonna save some time. Nice. Oh no, there's a second group of them! You know, just when you think you're in the clear, they put more of them in front of your face. Okay. A minute to go. No, we still have a bit to go. We're probably not going to make it on this one, but yeah, that's interesting. So maybe, I feel like they messed something up with this game, where the steep slope is like more difficult than the one that sounds like it's supposed to be the hard one. So this will be easy to wrap up later then. But just a weird game all around. It doesn't explain all that much. And the manual is very short, like I said. Have you ever had a bad toothache? One time, I don't eat popcorn anymore, because one time I had some popcorn, and I guess there was like a bit of an unpopped kernel in the middle, and I bit down really hard with it, with one of my teeth, and it hurt for like a month after that. I guess it sent like a shock through it or something. I was afraid I had cracked the tooth or something, but thankfully it eventually went away, and the dentist said there was nothing wrong with it, but yeah, I'm just like, I don't want to eat popcorn anymore if I'm going to have the potential to experience that again. It's okay, and what does Mount Nasty look like? The Game Beast, says Trucy. Yeah, I have no clue. No clue what they're getting at with Slalom here. But it's been fun. Hope you've all enjoyed this like 4-hour stream of skiing down a hill. Honestly though, it does make me kind of want to go skiing now. Do you ever play a video game that's like, I want to do that thing in real life now? Can't be, says Trucy. McNasty Daniel. In the trees. Oh, beautiful. That sounds like a great name for a level. So yeah, we had a lot of good discussions tonight about like black box NES games. I really like that. The NES had some really fascinating games at launch from just a whole different range. Like, you got like, Donkey Kong and Mario Bros in the arcade department. Of course, you got Super Mario Bros. You got Duck Hunt with the light gun, Hogan's Alley, and Wild Gunman as well. And you get Mach Rider in this in the racing department, tennis, soccer, volleyball in the sports department. What a great lineup of games the NES had. Like, Nintendo really hit the ground running with the NES launch. And just, it's funny to imagine if that had not gone as well as it did, just how different things could have been in that regard. And it just goes to show the importance of a good console launch. Like, I don't know how many times I mentioned when we were playing Mario Maker before it closed down. If the Wii U had launched with Mario Maker, do you know how many minds would have been blown? Do you know how many people would have bought the Wii U to be able to play Mario Maker at launch? Like, my jaw would have hit the floor. Instead, they, announce it. Like, the Wii's already Wii U's already kind of off people's radar. No one really wants to play it. Or anyone who doesn't have it isn't really interested in buying it. And it's kind of just like a blip at the end of the Wii U's life. Releasing another New Super Mario Bros. Game, like 3 months after the 3DS one came out, and thinking that was going to sell your brand new console, might have been a bit of a marketing blunder. I mean, but just add that to the list when it came to the Wii U, right? NES would have been more expensive today, Ma KCC. Yeah, I'm never going to want to see a ski hill again after this one. Cut loose! But I think we get the gist of this game. It's a lot of skiing, a lot of trees, jumps occasionally. There's a lot of really mean people on the ski hills. Who here? I mean, that's a great thing we should talk about. Like, who's gone skiing recently? Can you confirm or deny that this game is an accurate representation of the sport of skiing? Are there like this many people and snowmen and tobogganing children for some reason on the ski slopes? Like, this level's not long, but it seems like they don't give you much time for it either, I guess. And we got 20 seconds. If we do like a perfect run here, like, I still have not figured out what determines if you get stuck inside the snow or not after taking a hit. Like, see, that time we landed fine. Oh, and that's where I think we're gonna wrap up for tonight. I can't look at the bright white screen anymore. Same thing with Sky Kid, which we beat recently. Just a bright screen the whole time, just eats away at your retinas. Hot Dog Heaven was coming up though. Oh man, missed out on that. Everyone, go to Costco, buy a hot dog and soft drink for $1.50. Still the best deal in the West. Mount Nasty, not safe for work, Chief Cola. But alright everyone, thanks for joining for Slalom. I think that was a lot of fun. Hopefully you all had a lot of fun as well. Really appreciate everyone keeping the chat nice and active. I think we covered a lot of fun topics tonight. Going over 200 kilometers an hour. Yeah, don't do that on a ski hill. Not safe at all. It's not realistic. The narrow lane, the gray borders, everything seems horizontal. You missed the hot dog heaven, right? But you know, the true hot dog heaven is the friends we made along the way. Chicken strips and fries are better, sorry, Trucy. Yeah, so but that's the thing about Costco, is like, you literally get a hot dog and a drink for $1.50, or you can buy chicken fingers for $4 and like fries for $3. So you're paying like 4 times as much. Oh, I know, I kid though. Or you see, the real pro gamer move is to buy 2 hot dogs, so you get 2 drinks, and then it's like double the fun, right? see you Monday night. Yeah, according to plan, Monday sounds good. Keep an eye on the Discord. Who knows? Bonus streams can pop up anytime. We'll see how things go. You get what you pay for, Tracy. No, fair enough. Fair enough. You know what they put in hot dogs. Don't remind me. But great stream, everyone. Thank you so much, David Ray, Chief Coral Cola, Christian, True Seed, Ephraim, 225, Super Tom Brother, Ma KCC, and everyone who joined along the way. Hope you had fun. Thanks again. Hope you have an excellent rest of your weekend. Take care and have a good night. Fierce Deity as well. Have a good one.